Good evening, everyone. Welcome to tonight's City Council study session for Monday, April 24th. We have several items on the agenda for tonight. Up first is Kathryn Sellers, an outside legal consultant from Hoffmann and Parker, here to present a review of the section of the city charter to determine if council wishes to propose revisions for voter consideration. Good evening, Ms. Sellers.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. All right.
I think we don't have your slide deck up, but
No, it won't do anything.
all right, we'll just give it a second, Ms. Sellers.
Okay.
There they are.
All right. So this is the first of 3 sections we're going to talk about tonight. That's all we really have left. The issue with this section, as you'll see from the addition of language added in capitals and the cross out of the special election, is that as you know, any indebtedness has to comply with TABOR. The election has to comply with TABOR, and those elections can only be held in November. And so you probably couldn't actually hold a TABOR election at a special election unless it happened to be in November. And so this is just to make this provision conform with TABOR. And be consistent. As you also know, TABOR will control. If you don't change this, you will have to just keep that in mind.
Any feedback from members of council? Don't see, go ahead, Member Russell.
So I just have a question. So what happens if we don't change this or we decide not to put anything on the ballot this time? It will be okay, we just have to keep it in mind?
Yeah, your legal counsel will have to keep that in mind and keep you from putting anything on an inappropriate election.
So in the past, have they been doing that already anyway, since TABOR was instituted?
Probably, you've been running TABOR elections more than likely at your November, you're already a November election, so it's easier for you.
Right.
I don't know if you've always been a November election or not, or if that changed at some point, and so that language may be in kind of from that time period when you had other elections at other times. So.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from members of council? Seeing none, Ms. Sellers, on to the next section.
All right, so this is another section that may not accurately represent what's kind of going on today. As far as I know, the city does not provide fire and health services. I'm not entirely sure what health services is. You only have a police department. I think you're covered by a fire district, if I'm correct on that. So this is another one just to clarify that you do not have to provide these services because it is a shall.
Member Russell and then Mayor Pro Tem.
So actually, we're under contract with Denver Fire, so I think that we may need to maintain at least fire services in here.
Okay, yeah, the language, if we can go back to the slide, sorry, just says you shall provide by ordinance fire services. So if you were to remove it, your contract with Denver Fire wouldn't end or anything like that, so.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
How would you define health services? I've always taken that to mean like emergency medical as opposed to like running a hospital or something.
It could also be like, like the county has a Department of Human Services. It could be those kinds of things as well. So it could be with fire police in this sequence. I think it's more likely to be emergency medical, but
I think
it
if
could
anything,
be broader than that.
I'd be willing to update that language, although I don't necessarily see the need for an update to this particular section of the charter. I think it's clear enough as it is and might cause some confusion as to what services we were intending to eliminate.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Anyone else want to weigh in? Go ahead, Member Newnham.
I agree with the Mayor Pro Tem. I'm fine leaving this as is.
Thank you. I'm not sure if Member Wink has joined us online. I know that she was supposed to join us online, and Member Anderson did let us know a couple of weeks back that he was going to be missing tonight. But I am fine with leaving this in. I feel that we do provide these services, regardless of whether it comes from the county or not. So I can see some confusion if this were to go to the voters. So I'm fine leaving it as is. Member Russell?
I agree. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, did you have anything else to add? Your light's still on. All right. I think we have a majority there. Ms. Sellers, on to the next section.
So I, first of all, apologize for the very small print on this, but I wanted to provide you with as much of the provision as possible. The issue is there's some inconsistency with the language. So if you note in the very first section A, the statement is that if the parties are unable to reach an agreement on all mandatory subjects, that these impasse provisions, an impasse is declared. And then the rest of the provisions shift to what is referred to as mandatory economic subjects. That is undefined. It leaves it up to the arbiter, if you go to arbitration, to decide what is a mandatory economic subject. And I put the definition from the charter of mandatory subjects in there. And I mean, I think the reality is that some of those are very clearly economic, and some of those are kind of adjacent economic issues. And so the arbiter's decision of what is a mandatory economic subject is subject to judicial review. And so you could end up in litigation, on that issue. I looked at the history of this section, and it's unclear to us why this was written the way it was written. So it may be an intentional inconsistency. I will fully admit that. So we're a little bit at a loss on that. But we thought it was important enough to point out to you, whether the issue is to delete economic and make any mandatory subject to the impasse provisions, or whether it is to define actually what is a mandatory economic subject. So,
Mayor Pro Tem?
I'm concerned that Article 15 may need actually a much more comprehensive review. One of my predecessors on council was an expert on labor unions. I am not. But it has been shared with me that there are some concerns embedded in Charter Article 15 regarding the construction of our labor union that might not comply with current regulations, or might have some conflict with how things are commonly accepted to occur with the formation of labor unions. Did you find anything like that in this, or did you review it at that level?
I did review it, but like you, I am not a labor union expert. And so I didn't identify anything, but again, if it's something that's done in practice, that's commonly accepted, I'm not gonna have that kind of background. We can certainly, send it off to someone who is, to take a closer look at it.
Yeah, I think this is one that's been lingering for a while for me. The idea that we might have something that is so fundamental to the way our city operates that doesn't necessarily comply with what commonly accepted standards are. And I don't know that to be fact, and I want to be clear on that. But I would like to see Article 15 reviewed from the top down for compliance with modern day labor regulations, to make sure that we're operating and we've constructed our union in a way that complies with state and federal law.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Woodward, I'll go to you before we go back to Mayor Pro Tem's comment.
Okay. And I am wondering about, under the reference, when we're talking about the mandatory subjects, does family medical leave have to be in there? That's something that the state came forward with. I think it was last year. We waived on it because ours was better than the state's.
Oh, does it need to be listed in there?
Correct.
Probably not. It's probably broadly covered, I think, under personal leave, potentially, or non-administrative leave, I'm sorry, I'm just reading while I'm looking through there.
Well, I see personal leave, and then military disability leave, funeral leave, dues deductions. But I think the family thing, where something's going on in the family, I thought it should be in there. That was my opinion.
And I don't know, since it's state and federally mandated for you, it may be something that isn't really something that's up to negotiation, because the law dictates what it's gonna be. I suppose you could always negotiate above that, but it wouldn't necessarily, I guess I would argue, wouldn't be a mandatory subject, because state law dictates what it's gonna be and federal law dictates what it's gonna be, regardless of whether you're in a union or not. So I think that's probably why it's not in there, because you would have been subject, I don't know, the definition, I can't recall exactly when the definition of mandatory subjects went into this section, but you were likely subject to the FMLA at that time. It was later, so that would be my take on that.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
I guess for members of council, anyone want to weigh in on the request by Mayor Pro Tem to look all at Title 15, is it? Article 15, sorry. I'll weigh in. I agree with you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'm not sure whether or not there's anything wrong with it, but the fact that you have a strong desire to look at it tells me that we probably should at least have some type of council look into it and just come back to council. So I'm in favor of that. Member Noonkemp?
I'll weigh in and just say I have no objection to doing that research. This is our bite at the apple on this, so happy to be thorough.
Thank you. Member Russell?
I have no objection either, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Ms. Sellers, I guess back to you. Member Woodward, do you have something to add?
Just no objection to
Okay,
that.
perfect. Ms. Sellers?
All right. So the next slides, excuse me, are just some very roughed out possible ballot questions. They are in no order of priority. I tried where I could to group things together as much as possible. So starting, the first one is I think we talked a little bit about this last time, but we've talked about it twice now. So this is the change of the terminology from election laws to municipal election code. So in 11 and 15. And so this one was to clarify, I think if you recall, there's an inconsistency in the charter. You have one section that says ordinances that levy a tax are not subject to the right of referendum. And then you have this provision that says they are subject to the right of referendum. So this is really just to get you consistency in your own charter and put the Tabor language in there to ensure that, you'll comply with that, which you already do. Do you want to go through, you want me to go through them all?
I'm guessing we probably should go one by one because it may be a little bit clearer, but we'll go back to the first one. Any objection to listing this on the ballot?
No.
Woodward?
No.
Thank you, Member Wink. Yeah, you're not showing up on the screen, but thanks for weighing in. See if we can get that corrected, but thank you, Member Wink. Go ahead, Member Woodward.
I'm looking at section 15 right at the end, and it's a question here. You've crossed out Colorado election laws at the bottom and turned it into municipal election code, whereas in the rest of this, you're saying Colorado municipal election code. Does it matter?
It's just a typo on my part. I apologize for that.
Okay, so it's,
So the Colorado should be in there, should
okay,
not be deleted.
perfect. Okay, thank you.
And if I can, just really quickly.
Sure, Ms. Sellers.
I haven't talked to your city attorney about this or anything, but if putting a bunch of questions on the ballot is something that doesn't really entice you, all of these questions can be saved for a later date, right? Your charter's not going to change. So you can save them for a couple of years from now or anything like that. So there's obviously, I don't think you do feel any pressure to put a whole bunch of questions on, but just prioritize what you feel, I guess, is most important and go from there. So, okay.
Yeah. Member Noonkemp.
Thank you, Mayor. So just so I'm clear, this change, the election code, the state code to this municipal code, could that be one question and then
Yes.
update in all three sections at the same time?
Yeah, so the question would be something like change references to the Colorado election laws to Colorado municipal code in sections 10, 11, and 15. Something
Okay.
like that. Yeah, something very simple.
Mayor Pro Tem.
If we reference the Colorado Municipal Election Code in our charter, are we beholden to it? I know that there are some items that we could modify under home rule. And if our charter is calling for us to follow Colorado Municipal Election Code, are we concerned that if we choose to make those modifications, like for instance, to campaign finance regulations, we would be running afoul of the charter requirement to follow the Colorado Municipal Election Code?
So to answer your first question, yes, you would need to follow that. We could add language, that, except as modified by council by ordinance. Fair campaign finances, different section of the statute, so it's not covered by the election code.
Anyone else? Go ahead, Mayor Pro
I
Tem.
guess I'll just say, I'm a little nervous about that particular change, given that we're potentially ceding some home rule authority that we would otherwise have by charter regulations. So when we're asking voters to modify our charter, I want to make sure that we're clear on what the consequence of that is. And I think this may have an unintended, undesirable consequence to us.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Anyone else want to weigh in? Member Russell?
Thank you. I agree with that. I don't have a problem with leaving this the way it is for now. I'm kind of leaning more to not putting anything on the ballot that we don't need to put on the ballot.
Right.
So,
Yeah, I will agree with that point as well. If there's going to be some hesitancy in putting a question on, it's probably best to leave it off and just do a little bit more due diligence before we do. So
right.
I'd be okay
Thank
with
you.
that. Anyone in objection with that? Member Nunekamp?
I just want to be clear about what we're discussing. So in section 11, you're saying no change, not just dropping the change at the bottom, but keeping the Colorado election law change at the top to municipal election code. Are you saying strike all changes to 11 or just the bottom piece?
All the changes to 11.
I would leave these alone.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, so you don't want any of these?
Correct. I just leave the charter as it is. To me, Colorado election laws is clear enough and generic enough to apply to what we need it to apply to.
All right. Sounds good. I guess we can move on to the next one, Ms. Sellers.
Okay. All right, so I've already introduced this one, unless you have any questions for me.
Nope. I have no issue with this going onto the ballot. Mayor Pro Tem, I
Yeah, I'm supportive of this change as well.
think we have majority, I just see shaking heads, so in a positive light. Okay, perfect. Next item.
All right. So this is the special election restrictions that we talked about, it's been several months. But you have a lot of restrictions on when special elections can be held and that kind of thing. And these changes would lift those. So you could have special elections more frequently, although you probably wouldn't in practice, but it just lifts those restrictions and allows a little bit more flexibility for the city when it's going to run an election. So that's the purposes of those changes. And, if we were to craft a question, we'd craft it in a way that, because I could see how a member of the public would be like, oh, you're not going to have special elections anymore. We would try to craft it in a way that, allows the public to know that this is to provide more flexibility. This is to allow for the city to run special elections when it needs to and not be bound by any restrictions on it, besides the typical timing and things like that.
Member Russell?
Thank you. So is there a way to tell, I think that this was changed, I want to say maybe 4 to 6 years ago. So is there any history anywhere that would show us what it was?
Yeah, we do have a list of all your charter amendments, and we could look at it and see. I don't want to do that while I'm sitting here, but we could look at it and see and let you know about when it was changed, the history of those sections.
I think that might be a good idea. I was really kind of upset with all the changes. It was really I think at the time, if I remember correctly, the clerk's office was trying to limit when the special elections could be. But it would be, I mean, I'm all for this, especially if it's going back to what we had before.
Well, we can look at that for you.
Okay.
And provide you some details on each section and when they were.
Okay, thank you.
Member Woodward.
Yeah, I would agree with that, provided that we didn't have any special elections in something like October or September when we were going to have a November election coming up. I don't see why the city should have the expenditure of that. So
the election laws from two slides ago dictate how soon you can hold a special election in
Okay.
relation to a regular municipal election that's occurring. You can't run a special election in October and have a regular election in November.
Yeah,
So, I can't
okay.
remember off the top of my head what those are, but they're 30, 60, 90-day periods, so.
good, okay, thank you.
So
Go ahead, Member
those
Russell.
may be the ones that were changed.
You do have different ones than are under state law for those restrictions. I remember when we talked about it before. I think state law is shorter and you have longer timeframes. So.
Okay, thank you.
And that's one of the reasons why practically you're unlikely to run a bunch of special elections because you'll never make the timing with your regular elections. And so
Right.
that's unlikely to happen.
Okay, thank you.
Any other feedback? Don't see any other feedback, Ms. Sellers. And Member Wink, we see you on the screen now, or at least we see your name, so I'll be able to call on you if you do raise your hand. Go ahead, Ms. Sellers.
Excellent, thank you.
All right, so this is portion of section 34, and the changes here would allow the recall / new candidates to be one election instead of two. So if you recall, you currently have a 2-election process on a recall. This would switch it to a 1-election process. So if there's an adequate recall petition, there would also be candidate nominations on that same ballot, provided some people want to run for whatever position's being recalled. This is the process under at least the municipal election code, to have 1 election. And so this is borrowed a little bit from that.
Member Woodward.
Question for you, why are you changing to it? With a person with the last name of Woodward, which is at the end of the alphabet, I'm curious to know why you want to list these in alphabetical order.
Well, we can also do drawn from a hat at random.
Well, that's what we currently have with our election commission.
That's fine. There's no, not really, it's not a big legal issue. So whatever you guys would feel is appropriate, if you want to change the language, that's fine.
I think I've read some stuff where people fill
I'm
out the
close
first
to the
3
end too,
blanks.
so I get it.
Yeah, I would prefer not have an alphabetical order.
Okay.
Mr. Ward probably would too, and I'll bet you Ms. Wink would also like that.
Dr. Wink. I can't help, I'm sorry.
I support Member Woodward in that. I think we should be consistent with how we do candidate order in a recall and in a regular election. And I think what we do now with the Election Commission works well.
I agree with that, so. Anyone in objection? Nope, all right.
Sorry, I didn't quite hear what Councilmember Newcamp said. I'm sorry.
I'm just agreeing with Member Woodward that I think we should be consistent and use
Okay.
the draw process that we have currently.
Okay. So how do we feel about shifting to 1 election?
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm in support of that because
Okay.
just because of the cost savings.
Okay.
I agree. Yep, okay.
All right. So you'll recall this, the current language is unconstitutional, and so this would be to change that to make it constitutional. Kind of like the Tabor items, you know, the Constitution's going to control, your legal counsel is just going to, and your clerk are just going to have to be on top of it if you don't change this. So there is, It is what it is. The constitutional issues are going to remain regardless of whether you change it or not.
Any feedback from members of council? Member Noonan-Camp?
As we're doing this, I'm scanning all of my notes from the last several months, so bear with me. I'm trying to decipher all my own abbreviations. But help me understand, registered electors, the thing we're taking out, that also would mean someone who's over the age of 18, correct?
Yes.
So this is saying the same thing, just in a different way.
Yeah, but the person doesn't have to be a registered elector. So they could be an 18-year-old
Oh,
from,
right.
you know, unincorporated Adams County. Or
Because of the
wherever.
constitutional
That's what
issue.
the issue is. The issue is the registered elector part, not the age. so much.
Thank you.
The age satisfies the Constitution, and it will pass constitutional muster at this moment.
Member Russell?
Thank you. So my question is, I mean, it's still, you're saying anybody could pass out the petition even if they're not registered electors? What I assumed in here was that you didn't have to be in the district, but you still had to be a registered elector.
No, so the constitutional law on this issue does not, the courts have found that you cannot require circulators. So they're just circulating, right, to be registered electors. So that's the current law. So even if you left this in there, that's the law you would need to follow.
Okay, so why did they do that? I mean, do you know why they did that?
It's been several months since I've read the cases, but I think the court would analyze it in their constitutional claim that, so it's a matter of free speech, okay? So when I circulate a petition in particular, you know, or even for someone for office, those are my free speech rights. You know, maybe I feel like they should be elected. You know, I know we have paid circulators now, but let's pretend like we don't have those. And so those are my First Amendment rights. And they're gonna look at any restriction imposed by a government under the strict scrutiny standard, because that's a fundamental right. And in order to satisfy that test, the government has to show a compelling interest in that restriction. And the courts have just repeatedly found that the local governments or governments cannot come up with a compelling interest, that the free speech is so important in that scenario that being a registered elector or not isn't going to be a good enough restriction, that the interest in the government isn't strong enough in those situations. Because they could be a resident of the city, they could even be a resident of the district, and they're just not registered. And in Colorado, in a state where you can register on the day you vote, you know, there's something to be made for that argument.
Okay, so in a district, somebody from out of the city could come and carry petitions.
I live in Denver, I could come and circulate a petition in Inglewood.
That would stand it's unenforceable constitutionally.
That provision is, if you enforce that provision, you could face a constitutional challenge, which under the current case law, you will lose.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Mayor Pro Tem?
To me, this is kind of analogous to like television advertising, for instance. You know, you run a television ad, it's use of free speech. When you're circulating a petition, it's a free speech issue, which differs from an activity where we are allowed to restrict it to registered electors, which is running for office. You know, there's a compelling government interest in ensuring that the people who represent you actually live in the community where you live. So I am very supportive of this this change, having seen a lot of this case law unfold over the course of my professional career. I think this is a good change for us to make.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Anyone in disagreement? Don't see any. Member Noonan-Camp?
I just have a question, not a disagreement to that point. With this change to make one election, let's think through how this actually will work. Can we go there?
Oh, you want to go back?
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm going back.
That's okay, we can go back.
I apologize.
Do you want to go back?
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Okay. With the change.
So looking at the dates that you've included here, someone could have a maximum, it says no less than 10 days, but a maximum of 15 potentially if we have 45 days before a 60-day, if we set an election 60 days out. The likelihood of someone being able to reach our signature threshold in 10 days feels potentially questionable.
Okay.
I just wonder what the right timeline is for this and why we chose these days, and is this even possible for someone to do that, and would we need to then appoint someone? Like, will this actually create the intended outcome that we're looking for?
You can certainly expand it to answer your question in short. So these are the days for the time periods from the municipal election code, which is typically, I'm assuming, what you would follow on candidate nominations. So, you know, I don't have enough of your population numbers to know like what you're looking at to get for signatures. But, you know, if you feel like it needs to be longer, we can spread the process. But this is the municipal election code language. So.
And if no one petitions on, then council appoints, is that what happens?
What'd you say? I'm sorry?
If no one petitions to run in the recall,
Yeah, council would have to appoint if the recall was successful.
right?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Sorry for going backwards.
That's okay.
No, it works. Kind of brought clarity to the two questions, so any disagreement with the language? Don't see any, so we can move on to the next one, Ms. Sellers.
Okay. All right, so this is a collection of modernizing sections. So this is some of the stuff we talked about. I recognize that it was fairly low priority, but this question actually covers a bunch of different sections. So I decided to throw it in here because it was such a large collection of questions that could follow under a modernizing language question. So the first one is the probably likely very old compensation. The others are, you know, just, we talked about these, you know, delivering a copy of the affidavit, most expedient manner possible, including available electronic delivery, and into the minutes instead of the journal of council proceedings, and so on and on and on. And I won't read them all to you, but they're just, you know, the recording secretary, those kind of things that we talked about, this kind of overarching modernizing of language in there, so.
Any feedback from council?
I think there might be, oh, no.
I don't see Member Noonan-Camp.
I appreciate the effort to combine all of these. I still, on most of these, don't feel strongly that they need to be included. If there was council consensus to do so, I think that's fine, but I think we already have several questions that we do feel strongly need to be included. So maybe we make a decision on this one at the end, but I'm not strongly compelled here.
Anyone disagree with that viewpoint? I don't disagree with that. Just going through each section, just making sure of that, but. I think I'm okay with keeping the language as is. So anyone in disagreement with that? Member Woodward?
When you say keeping the language as is, does that include the mayor at $75 a month, and the member of council at $50?
That's actually the one that I was thinking about. Maybe we do change that in terms of just reflecting, but I guess I don't feel strongly that those changes need to occur within, leave the items that are.
Are you still being paid $75?
Just me.
Just you?
Right.
No, I'm wondering too, a number of these that we've discussed and kind of put at the end of the meeting to discuss, could we look at those, combining those into one question as housekeeping type updates?
Yeah, I mean, I tried to combine as many in here as possible that we had. I want to be, and I know you do too, truthful and honest with the voters. I don't want to put something that's a substantive change in a housekeeping question. I don't think that's fair. And I don't think you guys would do that. So it's pretty hard. I mean, I thought long and hard that these really didn't substantively change anything. They just modernized it. So these are the ones. There were some other ones that we talked about that were modernizing that you really just didn't want to make, and I've dropped those off here. We can go back and add those back in if you want to consider this question. So.
Yeah, well, let's wait until we get to the end and see where we're at.
Thank you, Member Woodward. Mayor Pro Tem?
So these sections would be submitted to the voters as one question. I think in that case, I'm okay with it. The only one that gives me a little bit of heartburn is section 26. Every officer and city employee. And I'm not sure that we're actually subscribing to that procedure currently. I thought I heard that mentioned in the previous session where we discussed this. You know, we as members of council take an oath, but our staff may not actually be doing that. Is that correct?
Yeah, there's no state law requirement for staff to take an oath.
So to me, that does strike me as a substantive change, because right now the requirement in section 26 is for city employees to be included in the oath requirement, and we would be striking that requirement.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Russell?
Thank you. I am okay with not making these changes. I mean, it really is kind of fun to have the mayor $75 and the member of council $50. I mean, that's historical. That was at the very beginning. I don't think we're being paid more than that. So is that determined by ordinance? Okay. Thank you.
So I think right now we don't have a majority of council that wants to proceed with these changes. Member Noonan-Camp, go ahead, and then I'll ask Member Wink.
I'll just reiterate my earlier comment. I'm happy to go along with it. I'm not in opposition, and I was speaking more to the 3 on that first slide. I'm aware that there are, I think, 5 more behind it, some of which I do feel more strongly about, but happy to move forward if we can put all 7 together.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. Actually, since Member Woodward brought up the fact that we're going to be getting to the last of the questions, or to the end, I say we go down that route. It sounds like a majority don't want to change this. But go ahead, Ms. Sellers.
All right. So we talked about this one, I think, last time. So this is in conflict with your current code. Obviously, there's always the option of making your code compliant with this section. But my suggestion is to actually remove it entirely. And I know we talked about delineating between majors going to council and minors not going to council. My only concern with that is the terminology regarding subdivisions could change over time, and then you'd have to come back to an amendment. And my recommended course is, if you want to deal with this issue, to just remove it and allow that to be something that's dictated by ordinance, that council decides where the authority lies.
Any feedback from council? Member Russell?
I actually would like to leave the Planning and Zoning Commission in there and leave it with them. And if we need to change code, I think that we should change that. I mean, even in state law, it talks about planning and zoning issues determined by a Planning and Zoning Commission. Is that correct?
Yes, and home rule municipalities typically exercise some of their greatest authority to deviate from state law. The state municipal planning statutes are old, and even my statutory clients struggle to comply with what they say. So This would not prohibit any, I don't know, I don't know the details of your subdivision regulations, but this would not, if council wanted all proposed subdivisions to go to planning commission, it could pass an ordinance saying that. But the issue is that they're going to council under this language, not that they're going to planning commission. I'm not concerned about routing them through planning commission. The concern is that it goes to council.
Okay, so we're eliminating council from,
Right. And currently, only your major subdivisions come to council, and I'm assuming also go through planning commission, because that's a typical process.
That is correct.
okay.
Anything else, Member Russell?
you.
Thank you. Member Noonan-Camp.
I support a change here, whether we make this change that's being recommended of a full removal of the language or the addition of the word major. I understand the concerns around definition. I also think it would just require a lot of citizen education, because seeing this on the ballot, I think, could appear concerning to remove the Planning and Zoning Commission authority to do so. But I do think that the change makes sense in some way.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. I do want to see this change. So yeah, I'll be happy. I'm fine just removing that entire section, so. Anyone else? Member Wing, anything to add or any disagreement with removing this?
No, definitely not. This sounds good.
Thank you, Member Wink. Don't see any disagreement there, so.
Okay. We discussed this one too, so it's kind of along the same lines. Apparently, council has acted to change the contracting authority, but the current charter provision doesn't allow you that freedom. So this would just add language to allow you to set whatever standards you want for your contracting authority.
Member Noonan-Camp?
I support this change.
I'm in agreement with this change as well. Anyone in disagreement? Don't see any at this point. Back to you, Ms. Sellers.
And we talked about this too. This would, your notice provisions do not comply with the Governmental Immunity Act. The Governmental Immunity Act is much more specific in its notice requirements. Notice is a prerequisite. Cases can be kicked out if notice is not proper. And so our recommendation is to just remove this and just rely on the GIA on this topic. There's other provisions in this section that would remain in place related to the Governmental Immunity Act, but this section would be removed under this suggested revision.
Member Russell?
Thank you. So my question is, if the city is actually at fault, would the Governmental Immunity Act protect the city even if we were at fault and somebody wanted to sue us?
Depends on why you're at fault. So there are, as you know, your immunity is waived in certain areas, and so you would be liable in those areas. If it's outside that, you are not liable. And my concern is that a court is going to rely on the language in the Governmental Immunity Act to determine whether notice was proper. They're unlikely to look at your charter as controlling, because the Governmental Immunity Act is more than likely a matter of statewide concern and controlling.
Okay, thank you.
And my fear is that, if someone looks at this, they want to sue you. You've done something wrong. They want to sue you. They look at this, and this is what they do, and then it's not sufficient.
Okay. All right, thank you, I appreciate that.
Sure.
Any other feedback from members of council? I'm fine moving forward with the change, so
Okay.
I don't see any disagreement.
So this is our last ballot question.
Okay.
Did you want to go back and talk about anything else?
Do we have one more, or is that it?
No, the last part is about Fair Campaign Practices Act and the pro and con statements. Just kind of a little brief guidance on that, so.
Oh, so okay, I'm going off the the one online, so I saw one about the city manager duties.
Section 50,
Section 50, yeah.
written notice of city manager duties, temporary duties.
My presentation doesn't have
I support the change.
that. Okay.
So yeah, I just see section 50. I'm good with the change as well. Anyone in disagreement with section 50? That is within the packet online, but not in front of us. But yeah,
Okay.
I think we're okay with the change, Ms.
Okay.
Sellers.
All right. I'll make note of that. Okay. So now do you want to go back and talk about any ballot questions?
Anything else? Member Woodward, was there anything specific that you wanted to bring up? Or is there a way that we would like to handle these other questions?
No, there was only that one that I think was there that we were looking at.
The housekeeping one?
Yeah. Wasn't there only one?
Is there anything that you want to add, Member Woodward?
No, nothing
Okay.
that I'm seeing.
Okay.
Anything else, Ms. Sellers?
Just, sorry,
Uh-oh.
I went too far. Okay. So I was asked to kind of talk a little bit about pro-con statements.
Okay.
And under the Fair Campaign Practices Act, and I put the language from the act up there about the factual summaries, that's actually what they're called. And so you can spend city money basically to prepare these summaries, and they have to be, equal, I guess, in favor, of points in favor and against a proposal. And I know staff may have done this kind of bullet pointed before at your last election for the charter stuff. These summaries can be a lot more verbose than just bullet points, or they can remain bullet points, whatever you think is easiest to communicate to the public. You're also able to pass a resolution in support of the questions, and in that resolution, sometimes you can often explain, here's why we're asking that question, this is why we think it's important, and that kind of stuff, and really expand on that and put that out for people to read. I know that's a lot of legalese and whereas clauses, and they'll get to the third one and stop reading, but it's always an option as well. So this is something you can do to put information out to voters. I know that charter amendments are not exciting for voters. This is not something they're going to be enthralled with, not because they're for or against it. It's just not something that they're accustomed to being on a ballot necessarily, although your voters are probably getting a little used to it. So this is one option for, to get the word out and everything like that. The restriction on money is after the ballot questions have been set. So that is typically when council either says we're going to have an election and we're going to ask these questions, or specifically the ballot questions have in fact been set by language. So you are not there yet. You obviously have some time to prepare how you want to communicate the questions you've chosen to the voters and what the strategy is on that. So this is something you can do after the ballot question is set and your money is restricted. But there's work you can do before that in preparing for that. So.
Go ahead, Member Woodward.
I'm sorry.
Nope. Member Russell?
Thank you. So what if all of council doesn't agree on whether we should support all of these or not?
Well, like any action you take, it's a majority vote, and so a majority passes the resolution. There are going to be times when council members are going to dissent, of course, and this is not a legal answer, but I have seen in other communities that I represent when a council member is strongly against something and goes out and basically lobbies against it in their personal time, it really undercuts the organization and the community in doing that. So that's just something as council members, I think you're always probably weighing, how do I represent my opinion and still not cause, disruption to the organization. So it's a challenge.
Right. Well, I agree with that. And I mean, I see that on every decision we make. If I disagree with everybody else, I'm still part of the body corporate, and so that's okay. But I'm just wondering, on some of these charter changes, I mean, most of them we've weighed in on consensus, and it's probably not problematic. And who would prepare the for and against statements?
So usually staff does that. So fair campaign practices says you can't spend city money basically to lobby either way or against any question, right? And so this is an exception. So you can spend city money in terms of staff compensation for them to prepare the pro-con statement, and that they typically do it, so.
Okay,
And legal counsel can help with that, and yeah.
okay, and so it would be both for and against. So,
It has to be. It's required to
Okay.
be for and against, yes.
all right,
Yeah,
thank
not
you.
your resolution, just the factual summary prepared by staff.
Okay, thank you.
Member Nunnenkamp?
Are there guidelines once the factual summary has been prepared by staff about how it can be used and shared when it comes to spending? Like, are we allowed to share it through city channels, or is this just for what we would put in like the voter guide?
So you're actually allowed to use city funds to distribute it. Typically, that's interpreted to be how you would normally distribute city information and materials, buying a billboard, probably not.
But our citizen,
But,
our
putting it
magazine.
up on your social media, making flyers, whatever it is you do to get out city information about any kind of project, anything that's typical would be okay.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments from members of council? Nothing else from us, it looks like, Ms. Sellers, so.
Okay.
Well, one more. Member
One more.
Nunnenkamp.
Just to be clear here, from my count, this is everything, right? There's no more, I know you're following up on some stuff from us, but if we were to approve all of these that were in the packet, it's 10 questions if we group some together. Does that sound right?
Yeah, but you didn't approve all of them to go.
Right.
Yeah, so the ones you approved to go were the city manager one, which wasn't up in the presentation. The notice under governmental immunity, the contract one, so that's 3. The planning subdivision one, that's 4. You said no on the housekeeping. Yes for the residency requirements for or removing of the residency requirements for circulators, so that's 5. You're okay with one election for recalls, putting that ballot on there with some changes? That ballot question on there with some changes? That's 6. And the changes on the referendum being subject to the tax levy ordinances being subject to referendum, so that's 7. So 7 right now.
Because we said no to all this. You want no to all this? Okay, so we're at 7. That's helpful. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else from members of council? All right, Ms. Sellers, thank you
All
for all
right.
your work on this.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Have a good evening.
Have a good evening.
See you soon.
Moving on to the second agenda item, we have Commissioner Summy and I believe behavioral health consultant Rihanna Strait with the Stedman Group here to talk about, to discuss the Arapahoe County Regional Opioid Council. Good evening, Commissioner. I'm doing well.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll push it to speak. And I'm giving this to Rhiannon. Giving that one to Rhiannon.
Are you ready, my friend?
I am ready.
Hello, everyone. I'm Rhiannon Strait. I'm a behavioral health consultant with a firm called the Stedman Group. And we focus on behavioral health, but primarily substance use issues kind of across the state. And we have been tasked with helping to facilitate the Region 9, which is Arapahoe County, Regional Opioid Abatement Council. So I am going to talk a little bit about what the council means, who it's made up of, and what this group has been up to for the last year or so. And then Commissioner Summy is going to get into the importance of taking a regional approach to this, both for success of the council and for success of the substance use outcomes that we're trying to combat. So before we really dig into it, quickly call your attention to the graph that you see here on the slide. This is from 2021 specifically, and this is showing fatal overdose counts by county in Colorado. So you'll see that Arapahoe County lost 180 people in 2021 to drug overdose. Now, this also accounted for about 10% of the state's overdoses, which is pretty shocking when you first hear that. However, Arapahoe County is also the third largest county, I believe, in the state. More people typically means more overdose. So when you look at age-adjusted rates of overdoses in Arapahoe County, you actually fall slightly under the Colorado state overdose average. Colorado was at 31.7 overdoses per 100,000 individuals, and Arapahoe County was at 26.8. So you do sit at about average. However, we're in trouble, folks. The opioid crisis has been increasing for a long time now, but in about 2018, fentanyl hit the streets, and the crisis has been significantly intensified by fentanyl since then. You guys have probably heard of fentanyl, perhaps on the news. It's a synthetic opiate. It is actually 50 times more stronger than heroin. And in its powder form, it's indistinguishable from other substances. So this makes overdose risk significantly higher, even if folks aren't engaging in something like heroin, if they're interested in a different substance like cocaine, and fentanyl is in the cocaine and they think they're buying one thing, overdoses are happening, and they're happening increasingly more commonly because of fentanyl. And not only is it fentanyl, but it's also fentanyl in other substances. So a big driver of the research of the Regional Opioid Abatement Council has been looking at fentanyl and how it's kind of been involved in this crisis in Arapahoe County, so that we use the dollars that this region is getting to really target this part of the crisis specifically. Okay, so when you dial it down and look at Arapahoe County specifically, the last couple of slides were kind of statewide. Overdoses are happening most prominently with folks under the age of 45, even more common between the ages of 25 and 34, more common among males than females. However, year over year, overdose deaths continue to rise. You can see from 2020 to 2022, that line just really strikingly jumps up and to the right. And at the bottom, you have an actual quote from Inglewood Police Sergeant Brian Cousineau, and he says, fentanyl overdoses have exploded, if not daily or every other day, they're dealing with something related to an overdose. And I think that this quote from Sergeant Cousineau is particularly important in highlighting the importance of a regional approach to combating this opioid crisis, because if you're a law enforcement professional and you encounter an individual who maybe needs to go to the hospital or needs detox because they're on a substance, and you're in Inglewood City, for example, Inglewood may not have beds available. There's a massive bed shortage and provider shortage. And so this law enforcement professional might have to go across city lines in order to get this individual the services they require. So it's part of why taking a regional, county-wide approach is really so crucial here. Okay, so what have we been up to at the Region 9 Opioid Abatement Council? On the left, you see a little bit of information around the statewide framework. So the Colorado Attorney General's office has developed a joint framework, often called the statewide MOU, or Memorandum of Understanding, and they've divided the state up into 19 different regions in this MOU. Each region is tasked with determining how to spend their allocation of the settlement dollars. Now, in this MOU, it states that all settlement dollars must be spent on things related to prevention, harm reduction, treatment, recovery, or criminal justice. That didn't make it on the slide, but it is involved. And so Arapahoe County's Regional Opioid Abatement Council has been developing a plan, a 2-year plan over the last year to figure out which of those 5 buckets they want to kind of direct most of their dollars towards. So you had 12 out of your 13 municipalities who signed on to that statewide MOU. And then we also have an intergovernmental agreement that outlines the composition and membership of the council. I'm going to talk a bit more about that in the next couple of slides. Then the region also contracted with the Stedman Group, that's the firm I work with, and we just help to facilitate meetings and really kind of assist in the development of the plan. We make sure that the deliverables are submitted, by the deadlines, and also kind of serve as a bridge between the Attorney General's office, who is really facilitating all of this, and Arapahoe County's Regional Council. All right, so I talked a little bit about this statewide framework. This is a visual representation of that framework. So that top box kind of represents the total Colorado state share. And then it's divided up into 4 different categories. 10% of the total share goes directly to the state. They're developing some interesting infrastructure opportunities with that bucket of money. 20% goes directly to local governments like Inglewood or Greenwood Village. 60% goes directly to those regions, 19 regions. And then there's an infrastructure fund that's set aside specifically to help with opioid-related infrastructure needs. Now, if you go down one more layer, we kind of unpack a bit more, and you can see that the original, I say original, that's important, 18-year total that Arapahoe County is going to receive, the region, is just over $24 million. And to the left, you see Arapahoe County, the local government. This is their, $7.5 million that they have decided to dedicate to the 60% regional share. Each municipality, Inglewood included, has the opportunity to either keep their portion of the money or dedicate it to that regional pot. For some folks, that's a lot of money. They can do a lot with it. For other smaller municipalities, it might be like an administrative headache to try to do something with it, and so it's an even easier crosswalk into the regional bucket. Now, I said the original amount because this is gonna increase significantly in year 2. We just finalized additional settlements from Walgreens, Walmart, Teva, Allergan, and I think I'm missing maybe one additional entity, but this is gonna increase the amount that each region is getting by millions of dollars. And this is going to continue happening as settlements finalize throughout this 18-year process. So don't get too stuck on the specific dollar amounts. They're not decreasing, they're increasing, but that amount will change, and it will change soon. Okay, so who's the council made up of? What you see on the screen are the actual voting members. We have folks from the Board of County Commissioners. We have subject matter experts from law enforcement, public health, human services. We also have representatives from various cities. And then there are also, I believe, 8 additional non-voting members that you don't see on the screen here that represent each of the municipalities that aren't represented in voting membership. And these folks cycle in and out. So there's kind of equal representation of all of the municipalities. And then there are about 20 to 25 subject matter experts that sit on the council in what we call a technical advisory committee. And they help inform voting members on real content, subject matter experts. They're like boots on the ground, people with lived experience to recovery, folks who might be treatment providers. And this whole group has been working together over the last year or so to accomplish this work. So I'm gonna kind of break this down for you. We spent a good deal of time early on setting the stage. They developed that intergovernmental agreement. We identified roles and responsibilities of various members on the council, as well as expectations. And this has really helped keep the group engaged. I've been immensely excited with how willing to stay engaged this council has been over the course of a year. It's a good deal of work, but I've been quite impressed with Arapahoe County. So after we set the stage, we then jumped into education. So remember, I said that there were a lot of different types of stakeholders that sit on this council. There are county commissioners, there are folks in law enforcement, there are also subject matter experts. But there are a lot of people in the room who might not have known what harm reduction meant or what treatment actually looked like for opioid use disorder. So we spent a lot of time defining these categories and kind of leveling the playing field so that everyone in the room understood the topics we were talking about and what they looked like in practice. We talked about national evidence-based strategies for combating opioid harms. There's a lot of research around this. A lot of really smart people have figured out return on investments and like cost benefits for various strategies. So we reviewed a lot of this together as a group. Then we generated existing resources and strengths in the region. So we didn't want to throw money at something that was already happening. And we wanted to identify the biggest needs so that we could tackle those first. Once all of this information was on the table, the council was actually able to generate or come up with these spending strategies. In public health, we refer to them as programs, for their first year of this 18-year settlement process. Once we had strategies on the table, we went through a democratic prioritization process, and then the council actually allocated dollar amounts to the strategies they had prioritized. That resulted in the following 7 programs. We have detox or withdrawal management and residential treatment, sober living, which is where folks go after treatment, or transitional safety zones. These are safe places for people in transitions. What the council called a full substance use disorder service walk-in centers, kind of a one-stop shop for really addressing all needs related to the issue. Peer navigators. Peers are folks with lived experience. They support people seeking out recovery and working towards sustained recovery. Harm reduction, that Commissioner Summy will kind of dive into a bit more here in a second. That's the case study that we brought to y'all. And then a co-responder program. Co-responders are a partnership between law enforcement and behavioral health providers who respond together to a crisis so that we can kind of redirect folks away from the justice system if that's what's best for them and into treatment. And then this last one is a really unique idea. It's a student leadership program to help kind of address youth use rates and work towards a stronger youth prevention community in the region. I could spend a lot of time on those programs, but I'm gonna keep it high level for you all here. So what are we up to now? We have just completed writing scopes of work for all of those programs that I just walked you through. The council completed them in small work groups, and the work groups were made up of both voting members, non-voting members, and subject matter experts. But it's also important to note that anyone in a work group that created a scope of work, we went through a long, lengthy process to make sure anyone involved in the development of the scope was not intending to bid on that scope later. So there were no potential conflicts of interest in like subject matter experts who are helping develop something that they might then benefit from later. So after we got through all of those logistics, they developed these scopes of work, and those are now approved by voting members and finalized and about to get handed off to Arapahoe County Purchasing. Arapahoe County serves as the region's fiscal agent, so they're kind of navigating the contractual portion of what this will look like. We are expecting the RFQ with all of the scope of works to be out into the public by probably the first week of May. They'll have about a month to bid, and then this says programming will likely begin in late spring. That's in an ideal world. We won't make it. We won't make it late spring. I'm thinking probably early summer is a bit more realistic. And then the last thing I want to say here is that evaluation is really high on everyone's list of priorities, but we are still working through what this looks like from the top down. So the Attorney General is working on developing some streamlined guidance to hold all of those 19 regions accountable to the same types of things. But then the Region 9 Opioid Abatement Council is also building in evaluation into their selection criteria for the scope of works, so that there will be transparency and accountability for all of these programs, both from the Regional Opioid Abatement Council and a level up through the Attorney General's office, who is running the statewide opioid framework. So we wanted to give y'all a little bit of an example of what this actually looks like in practice. So I'm going to hand this off to Commissioner Summy to talk a bit more about harm reduction.
Thank you very much, Rhiannon. And I just want to say, Rhiannon did all of that talking because I am new to the process. She said that people have cycled in and are cycling out as a new commissioner, newly elected. I'm cycling in. So, and as I cycled in, one of the first things that I was able to do was become the lead for one of the work groups. And the work group that I am the lead for is harm reduction. But I do want to step back just a little bit and say that we are absolutely visiting you all today to keep you updated on what we're doing and to remind you all of the effectiveness of a regional effort here. Rhiannon did say that, gave a wonderful example of, you know, cities have resources and cities have police organizations, but also must reach outside of their own jurisdictions sometimes, and using the example of finding a bed in the winter time. You know, one jurisdiction may not have it, another municipality will, and so we need to have a large group of people to focus on this large problem. So that is one of the things that that brought me here today. And absolutely, when we are talking about how do we solve this issue and how do we bring all of these people together with these different experiences, some of us have absolutely no background in harm reduction other than trying to keep our own kids safe, like I am. I have 5 of them, so trying to keep my own kids safe. And we don't have, you know, experiences with the criminal justice system, but there are people who have this disorder that might. When you partake and you have this addiction, that this disorder, you may find yourself just as involved. But what we find, and what I've been able to learn from so many people sitting at the table when we are at our meetings and when we have been developing the scopes of work, what I find is that there are a lot of people that you wouldn't notice. You know, you wouldn't think that they might have a substance use disorder. They seem to be from a nice family. They seem to be from, you know, something that is within our own world. And so what we end up seeing is a lot of people who look just like you and me who need help.
Some of those people are really willing to ask for help or put themselves in spaces where they can get help, and others will not because they don't either trust the system or they are shamed, or they don't trust the people that are standing in front of them. So we have brought together this whole regional group to really work on helping those that need the help, helping those definitely that want the help, and creating trust for those who may not think they want the help now, or who would like to have help and just don't trust the system. So with these requests for proposals, it again has been really informed by professional expertise. So we discussed various aspects of what harm reduction means, as well as the gaps in the region that currently exist. And through our research, we found that harm reduction is at the core of establishing relationships. Anyone who knows me knows that I am a relationship person. I would much rather sit in front of one person and find out all about your life, and where we can come together on something than I would to speak to a large group of people. I'm a really one-on-one person. So, when somebody said we need to establish trust and we need to have these relationships, I absolutely was all in. So the relationship is going to allow the users to be connected to the resources like that substance treatment and like medical care. And having to interface with a client is that opportunity to educate them on the dangers of fentanyl, wound care education, overdose prevention education, and naloxone training, and HIV hepatitis testing. So when the proposals are at the selection stage, they'll be ranked by certain criteria, and then they'll be voted on by all members of the council. And the selected proposals will represent the values of our communities through this group process. So let me see, what else did I want to say here? Oh, we're going to go on to the next thing. So why are we reaching out to you? Effectiveness of the effort. Again, resources are regional. We are the feet on the ground, and using those regional resources. We're absolutely community aligned, and using that approach to address the gaps. And we work with evidence-informed solutions. And again, I can't stress enough how important it is for me as someone who doesn't have experience in the fentanyl crisis. I can't express enough how important it is to have people at the table that know all of the ins and outs of the problem of fentanyl and substance use disorder. And so that collaboration that we have increases our impact and our accountability. It's also definitely much more efficient to come together with our localities. It's going to reduce the cost to each locality to come together and be on board as the group. And with the administration by Arapahoe County, there's something that I saw about Arapahoe County. Yes, that we do have our open meeting requirements, and so it is definitely an open, an open process, a transparent process. We have our submissions of our plans. We have our annual reporting to the state. We have our legal compliance and tracking of funds. So by using Arapahoe County as the administrator of the funds, the cities reduce their own costs. And this is a reason that so many localities are participating in the regional effort. When we work together, we achieve more. I mean, we've all heard that. And again, I just want to thank you all for hearing us, and definitely, if you have questions or concerns, you can go to our Arapahoe County website, and you can also reach out with more questions. I find when I'm sitting in study sessions, I don't know if anybody else does this, but I'm always taking pictures of the screens. So I could have all of the emails. But again, I want to thank Rhiannon for coming this evening and for helping me, because, she's been here from the beginning of this process. I've been here for just, 3 months now. And so I jump in where I can, and with my experience being, and I do always tell people, with my experience of having those children, I know what it feels like when you are afraid. And so I try to have that same empathy when, somebody, when we're thinking about how do we help somebody? How do we help a parent whose child may be using? How do we help a parent who might be using? And they know that they are just addicted at that point, but they want help. So that fear that we have as parents over our children, that fear that we have as adults with a problem that we don't know how to solve, this is a way that we really can solve it. And we can solve it with each person coming to the table and bringing their own expertise, their own experiences, and their own vision, and we can make it better. So thank you so very much. I appreciate all of you. Any questions?
Commissioner Sumney, Ms. Straight, thank you very much for the presentation. Very informative. Love the framework. Yeah, we'll open it up to questions. Member Woodward, I see your light's on first.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation, both of you. I have some questions, and obviously I'm not a pro on this or begin to understand completely, but my first priority is Inglewood. My second priority is Arapahoe County. And I start questioning the equity, the resource equity here and how it works. Inglewood I know best. The whole northern border is Denver. Part of our eastern border is Denver. Part of our western border is Denver. We're 5.5 miles away from central Denver. We have 2 light rail stops in the city, or at least on the city borderline. And then I think of Centennial, much larger city, of course, much further east. And Bennett, way out east. I assume they have less of a problem than we do in Inglewood. And I look at Sergeant Cosino's quote here, every day or every other day, an overdose. And I'm thinking, well, that probably isn't the case in Bennett. That may not even be the case in Centennial. I don't know. Centennial is much larger. So when resources, money, and your professional resources of people are out there, how are the different communities looked at is my question.
That is an excellent question.
Thank you.
And I'm going to turn that over to Rhiannon. One of the things, before you say that, one of the things that I was thinking as you were speaking is that, when we talk about this being a regional issue, yes, there are municipalities and localities that are smaller or larger, but people move within those. And so, we don't, those borders, there's not a wall at those borders. And so someone who lives in Centennial or someone who lives in Denver may be going to Centennial and getting their fentanyl. And so it has to be a regional effort, but I can tell, I'm going to let Rhiannon definitely tell you how those localities, how each municipality is looked at, but that just, at first, just hearing you, that was my first thought, is that, people move. I wish they wouldn't, but since they do, we have to be prepared for that.
Yeah, and I realize that the illegal sales of fentanyl by the drug dealers or whatever, they're going to go where the money is.
Right, go where the money is.
And where the demand is.
You made a great point in that. We, like us in the room, are coming at this from a like geopolitical space where county lines and city lines are so prominent in our life. But substance use disorder is all over all of those lines. And in order for this to work, I brought us back to this slide so that I could show you the surrounding counties and kind of how they lie in the overdose crisis as well. Darker colors imply more overdoses. And so there are folks from Jefferson, Denver, Adams, Arapahoe, Douglas, and Elbert who are all crossing these lines all the time, seeking whatever treatment they can find. However, to your original question, Councilmember Woodward, this has been intentionally written into the scopes of work. This meaning, how will the implementing agency equally serve residents across all of the county? So if you are going to provide a co-responder program for all of Arapahoe County, you need to come up with a plan that thinks about how you're gonna reach the rural residents in eastern Arapahoe County and how you're gonna support all of the need in northwestern Arapahoe County as well. So we don't have the exact answer for how it's gonna look within every program, but it's a question that the council is asking the people that are bidding on these things, because they do this all the time. They apply for cross-county grants and, you know, collaborate with folks like this frequently. They have plans and answers and ideas, and then this council will get to evaluate the concepts that they put on the table. Does that help?
That helps. I mean, I'm glad to hear your people are thinking about it and your council is on top of it. You know, I also have one other question. How are you doing outreach in K-12?
Ooh, I can't wait to hear this answer. But before we get to hear that answer, I
okay.
do have an opinion.
Okay, I thought maybe you thought I was going to answer that.
No. But my opinion is I'm really grateful that you asked that question, because, you know, sometimes we think that things are a little too old to be talked about with our children, but our children know. And children, and I'm only speaking from having, my youngest child is 17. So I mean, I'm remembering when they were all younger and the things that my kids knew about that I didn't think they knew about. And so that is an excellent thing that we actually do need to pay attention to, because it's happening. It's happening. So that was all I wanted to add. Now the answer.
We make a good team. Remember when I talked about the technical advisory committee with subject matter experts? So we have two different adult representatives one is from Cherry Creek School District, one is from Littleton School District. And then we also have a high school student who actually sits on the advisory council and has shared fascinating information about what, you know, drug education actually looks like in public schools today. And so we have representation on the council, and we try really hard to make sure that it's not just Cherry Creek and Littleton that's represented as well.
Great, glad to hear that. Thank you.
Member Russell.
Thank you for the presentation. And how many of the deaths occurred in Inglewood? How many of the 180 occurred in Inglewood?
I do not know the answer to that question. So this data comes from Colorado Department of Public Health and Education. And Environment. If you look at see the little asterisks on some of the counties like Rio Blanco in the top left, that implies that the data is suppressed. And so when you dial down data and look at a really local level, often they will withhold the actual count, because if it's lower than, I think, like 3 or 4 people, then you lose confidentiality.
Okay,
So there's a chance that in Inglewood your data is suppressed. That's a question I could probably find someone with an answer for, and I'd be happy to follow up with you
Okay.
afterwards.
I would appreciate that. Then, how do you intend to evaluate if the program is successful?
great question. So in the proposal that each entity that bids on these scopes of work in the proposal that they submit, they are getting asked to present an evaluation plan. In this evaluation plan, we have asked for specific metrics to be included based on the different things happening in the scopes of work. So, a treatment center would get evaluated based off of different key performance indicators than a peer recovery specialist. But to come back to your question, when the council is evaluating all of the proposals, we will get to review each of their evaluation plans. And then we actually have a scoring rubric that is weighted with evaluation having like a semi-higher weight than some of the other categories.
Okay, thank you. I mean, overall, the goal is to reduce the number of deaths and addictions and
Decrease fatal overdose, increase access to treatment. So we want to see more people seeking help. We want to see increases in recovery or our recovery community, and decreases in some of the negative impacts of drug use like HIV or Hep C as well.
okay, thank you.
You bet.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. This has been an interesting experience for me. I, as you all know, serve as the City of Inglewood's representative for the Region 9 Task Force, and I led the co-responder work group. And Member Woodward made reference to sort of how the regional approach could benefit the city locally. And that was one of the things that was considered by the co-responder work group early on in the process. We discovered that although we had a pot of money that was to be allocated to co-responders, we didn't really have a survey of the land to find out what was actually already in effect and what was working currently around the county. So one of the first orders of business for us was to try to figure out if there is a possibility to leverage regional resources similar to what we do with Tri-Cities on the homelessness, and figure out, maybe Arapahoe County's co-responder program is finding something that works really well, or maybe Inglewood's is, and trying to enable some information sharing between those groups to overall develop a better way to handle co-responder programs, and then to use the remainder of the pot to sort of supplement in places where cities might not have adequately funded co-responder programs or could use some additional assistance to expand hours, for instance. So it's been great working with people from varying constituencies. Tom Burns from the 18th Judicial District Attorney's Office was in the co-responder group and provided some pretty good information to us on sort of like, let's not just spend all of our money on a study. We pumped the brakes a little bit a couple times. We also had Commissioner Holland, who made reference to the tobacco settlement and how similar this is, and how he wants to ensure that we use this money beneficially for the entire county as opposed to just kind of letting it filter through our hands. So I'm confident largely that as good as any work product that's done by committee can be, we've achieved a work product that will benefit the entire county across all of the different work groups and the different pots of money.
Thank you very much for that, Mayor Pro Tem. Member Nunekamp.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you both for being here. Thank you so much for the presentation. Over the last several months since we began some of these conversations, I've been looking forward to hearing what the Regional Council would come up with and what the plan would look like. So it's great to see a little bit more of the contours of that plan tonight. And thank you so much for spending some time on harm reduction strategies. I know you shared a little bit of what some of those might look like. And as we know, there's a continuum of different strategies that we can call harm reduction on someone's journey to treatment and to wholeness and to health. Can you share, are there any specific programs or opportunities that the Regional Council has looked at within the harm reduction category, or any that they've taken off the table?
Do you want me to take?
You can. I have a thought, but I'd like you to speak first.
Okay, you got it. You got it. So the scope of work itself, the harm reduction scope, is pretty broad. It includes things like overdose reversal medication, things like testing strips, syringe service programs are included, like access to resources or kind of resource navigation. And the reason that the scope was written so broad was so that people bidding can put forth innovative ideas that maybe the work group didn't come up with in and of itself. Harm reduction is a little bit newer than something like treatment or prevention or recovery, but harm reduction is also very prevention oriented. So in addition to, overdose reversal drugs, I think that your scope includes things like
It's in my bag.
access to resources and like resource dispersal, as well as things like safe use supplies. So if an individual was seeking recovery but wasn't in sobriety yet, or was perhaps seeking recovery through a pathway that wasn't abstinence, because that is a potential pathway, then this harm reduction program would provide resources that would keep this person from transmitting like infectious diseases around the community and continue to keep them connected to resources so that when they were maybe ready to make that change, we have them. It's like a short period of time when you decide that you're ready, that you really need to get the support that you need. And harm reduction is a pathway to grab those folks in that crisis before it's too late.
All of that, and what I was thinking when you asked the question was that when we sat down, one of the first things we did as a harm reduction work group was we said, well, when we say harm reduction, what does that mean? What are we talking about? What is the definition? And so we looked really across the country to find a definition that would work for us, and made some changes that were Arapahoe County specific to define what that is. And I will be happy to send it to you. It's in my bag and it's also on my computer. But it was several paragraphs of what harm reduction is, but it was broad enough because definition, and it helps to accomplish all of the goals of that definition. So I am sorry I am not more specific, and I'm also sorry that I didn't have it sitting right here in front of me so I could say this, and this, but I can send it to you.
No apologies needed whatsoever. No, that's very helpful. And obviously there's a lot there, right? There's a lot of conversation about the efficacy of a lot of the services. And to make sure I heard correctly earlier, the council will vote on every proposal that they receive. And then is it a majority vote or is it consensus?
Great question. In the IGA, the region first seeks consensus with everyone in the group, but then they always fall back on the voters, and then it's majority vote. So there's kind of a two-pronged process so that consensus is the goal. Vote is all like the backbone of the process as well.
That's helpful. Thank you so much.
I guess just one question for me. In terms of the way that you work with existing programs, I'm kind of thinking like the Tri-Cities homeless group, right, with Littleton and Sheridan. Where is that handoff? Because this seems to be more of a focus on, and forgive me for simplifying this, but basically like drug abuse kind of situation. But obviously Tri-Cities also has like job training, upskilling folks. Where is that partnership? How do we communicate with each other in terms of just providing all the required support that individuals may need? How is that happening? Or how would that happen?
Excellent question, and I'm so happy that you're thinking like systems-wide like this. What you just asked about is upstream issues, and I brought you first to voting members because there are folks from Human Services and Public Health in the voting membership, but then there's an even greater list of individuals who work in, I can be so loud. It's rare I'm not loud enough. There's a ton of people on that technical advisory committee who actually work with people experiencing homelessness or who provide like housing services to individuals. And the programs that the group landed on, things like peer navigators or a full SUD service walk-in center or residential or even a co-responder program, all of these things kind of intersect with the social determinants of health. And the people that are implementing these programs, so whoever wins the solicitation, they are experts on this. They are thinking about this deeply. We have in our scope of works like linguistic and cultural competencies as being required. So it's going to look a little bit different for every program, but it's deeply embedded in the process already.
No, thank you very much for that. Any other comments, any other questions from members of council? Go ahead, Member Woodward.
Yeah, I would like to get a copy of that harm reduction
Sure.
definitions, if you could
I can do
send that to Stevie or Councilmember Ward. I know you
Absolutely.
have his email.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Happy to do that, 'cause we're very proud of it.
It looks great.
Well, thank you very much, Commissioner Sumney, jumping in with both feet so quickly after being elected. I appreciate it. Ms. Straight, thank you very much as well for your work on this and for just an update, and looking forward to continuing this progression here in the months ahead. So thank you very much.
Thank you for
very
having
much for
us.
having us.
All right, everyone, we're going to take a short break. We'll take a 10-minute break. We'll meet right back up around 7:50. Thank you, everyone. All right, everyone, we are back. I think Member Wink is on as well. Up next, we're going to be talking about the proposed bond initiative. We have Director Christina Underhill, Deputy Director Brad Anderson, as well as Manager of Open Space, Adrian Torres, here to discuss the bond initiative, potentially.
Yeah,
Good evening, Director.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor and Council. We also have Steve Siegler on the call. He is with Logan Simpson, and Logan Simpson completed the 2017 Master Plan for Parks and Recreation. And in 2022, knowing that there would be a potential bond proposal, we reached back out to Logan Simpson to have them look at some of the projects called out in the master plan and take a deeper dive into the park renovations. And we worked with to another consultant as well for the Inglewood Recreation Center, as well as Pirates Cove, to do some enhancements that we'll show you tonight. Ultimately, through this process, our goal is to improve our parks through sustainable renovations and add interesting and new amenities to produce more visits to our parks and our facilities. And also in some locations, we're providing opportunities to increase revenue, like the Recreation Center and Pirates Cove, as well as Bellevue Park. These improvements will also activate parks in a new way to encourage people to get out and use them and not just be open green space. They'll actually be amenities they'll come and visit. So we've selected parks in all areas of our city, so many residents as possible would be impacted by these renovations. And ultimately, we're striving to enhance the quality of life, increase pride in Inglewood, build more social interactions. We saw a lot of that through COVID and people loving our parks to death, and getting to know their neighbors, as well as increasing tourism. We have a lot of tourists that visit Pirates Cove and Bellevue Park. We've learned through Googling both. They come up as tourist destinations, which is exciting for Inglewood, and also just be sustainable overall. So our current recreation bond sunsets at the end of 2023. We'll be paying that off. Our current proposed project cost is $50 million. We have 10 park renovations, Inglewood Recreation Center, aquatics, as well as Pirates Cove. We've been working with Magellan to put together a survey that they'll send out to registered voters to gauge what proposed projects voters will support. And then we'll come back in June with Magellan and give you that presentation so we understand what voters are excited about and maybe what they're not. And then in July, Council will have the opportunity to decide on a bond initiative for the November ballot. So again, this is for information and direction. Just highlighting a few of the benefits of what we're looking to do. I covered it a little bit, but sustainability, our irrigation systems in our parks are 30 plus years old and just failing. So this would address that in the parks. Turning a lot of our turf into native, but still having plenty of green space to use, becoming more efficient, less maintenance over time with less turf, improving ADA access for everyone, revenue generation, activation of areas. Places are less used, Miller Field, unless you're playing sports. The park is not used very often, and we'd like to activate that further, and we'll show you the designs tonight we're very excited about. And then also attracting teens and team programming. So I'll pass it over to Steve. Oh, here's a quick map of all the parks. The ones that are with the blue circle, these are improvements that we've done in 2020 to this year. The ones in red are the ones that we're focusing on as part of this bond project. So we're hitting just about every piece of our city with these improvements that we're proposing. All right, Steve, I'll let you take it.
All right, thanks, Christina. So what we wanted to do then, based on that overall map, is dive into some of these individual parks, and they go from smaller scale to larger scales. But the improvements that we're looking at are conceptual, and then how we can take, and as Christina said, the big picture that we're really looking at is being compliant in accessibility, and then also anything that we can provide as far as amenities that aren't necessarily available in certain areas around these. So we're looking at newer amenities that wouldn't be available in adjacent parks, or something that would provide a new experience for neighborhood users. So the big picture overall, these are graphically, like you're seeing symbology that represents sidewalks, some of the improvements, and then a graphic image that then shows an idea of what that improvement might be. So we can skip on to the next one. And if we want to, I know we have a certain amount of time, but feel free to interrupt once we get to some of these if you have a question that might help later on. But this park, symbology wise, what you're seeing different is that the green area, we're taking and reducing some of the turf with the more natural colored, kind of the tan to the north. So we're reducing the turf, and then we're packing some serious amenities in here with neighborhood parks, possibly a pump track, and then some nature play areas. But the big picture is connectivity. There's only one sidewalk adjacent to this whole perimeter of this park. Emerson Park, well-loved neighborhood park as well. Connectivity is a big issue to get across the street. There's a sidewalk on two sides, but it does not connect back to the main area or to the small little pocket park adjacent to the street. So providing some neighborhood style picnic area, shelters, and then a small park, playground area. Big move for Miller Field is to really respect the tradition of it, how Miller Field came to fruition, the family itself, what they donated, and what the park meant, which was ball fields. So we didn't want to take this and totally redesign it without the ball fields itself. So what we're looking to do is kind of recapture that corner that's adjacent to the Inglewood Police Headquarters, which incidentally we helped to design a couple of years ago as well. So we know the area very well, and being able to kind of tie those across the street, provide some playground area, splash pad is a big amenity that's not provided in any parks that are around the area. But then this kind of more community park rather than a neighborhood park feel. So amenities for play area, the pavilion, there could be concerts venue, that kind of stuff that you have here, but still taking and flipping Miller Field so that it's still Miller Field with some upgrades, keeping the traditional sign that arches over the entryway now, but playing it up as a bigger move. You can kind of see it there at the corner as you would walk under it. And then the ball field itself kind of tucks into the corner that's sunken in a little bit as it exists for the topography. So playing that as kind of an amphitheater, but also being able to style seating, but being able to reduce some of the turf area. Northwest Green Belt is an opportunity to really reduce turf, but also help as far as mowing, maintenance. There's also a lot of drainage that comes in from the adjacent industrial uses to the south. So providing just a more natural area there helps so that that water and that can be absorbed and kind of more naturalized rather than having to maintain the whole perimeter of that park. Some of the things that there are some trees that have had to be removed. So replacing some trees, and then shelters would be also needed since the trees are not there at the existing play areas. And then a big move for this one would be to provide a flush toilet, which would be open seasonally, which you're seeing down at that 4 area down there. One of the big missing elements for this park. And for Rotolo, the swath down the middle, when we were there doing site visits, it was being mowed, and it became very evident that it's a steep hill from when you're starting at 4 going down to 2 and 3 on the screen there. It's very steep, and so we saw it as an opportunity to introduce some more native vegetation in there, but also then safety and operations costs for not having to mow and maintain that entire area that really is not playable, usable. It's barely walkable steepness wise. Again, this one also has a restroom that's added. Southwest Greenbelt is kind of the flip of the Northwest Greenbelt. We saw the northern sides of these parks as an opportunity to introduce some native vegetation against some of the residential areas. Enhancements for this are really at the end of the park, where you get to a play feature that we saw could be more of a naturalized kind of area that's informal, not a big play structure area. But these are just suggestions. You'll go through the full public programming and public input on what they specifically see as amenities that would happen at such a feature as this. Then the big move for Bellevue Park, this kind of shows the extents in plan view, ranges from the ball fields and picnic areas on the left-hand side of the screen. And then the well-loved area that's in between, with surrounded kind of by the railroad tracks and then the ball fields. Some really cool areas for this, and then some upgrades that could happen to make this the gem of Inglewood's whole park system. We'll dive in a little bit more on what we see areas for there and what we've heard from Inglewood's park staff. And parking is an issue. As you come in, it's a little bit dated. The Pirates Cove parking to the left is much more upgraded and new, but we can selectively provide ADA accessibility for walks that then allow people more access, bikes and the trails down to the waterfront, which is a real ADA issue right now. There's no compliant access to the waterfronts, and it's where the bulk of the park users are wanting to go after they take the train rides and go through the farm area. Okay, we're going to dive one more in, and these are kind of specific programming thoughts that when we've talked with staff as well that we've seen as upgrades. Big move is upgrading the shade and the infrastructure around the train area itself, as well as the farm building, how staffing is kept their offices, some of the small animal stuff, but ticketing and maintenance and operations. And the other big move would be to provide a shade structure involved with restrooms itself. There's no restrooms here. They have to walk across the river for both staff and visitors. So we'll go into some graphics that kind of show where those amenities are in relation to the other. And then we can deep dive in. So this is a view of how we're taking the farm building itself, which we've looked at some large cost estimate kind of ideas on. Is it cheaper to renovate, or is it actually more cost effective to come up with a whole new building design there for your staff? And it's really kind of, the deep dive, it's basically a one-to-one, and you'll get a little bit better program of what you're looking for if we look at it as a whole new design. This is showing a larger kind of pullback of where you can see the shade structures, which would be kind of a rental pavilion for parties, and the associated restrooms. And again, it's very conceptual. This is just kind of how it would fit within the space, but the design itself would still be customized and keyed in to fit better.
Thanks, Steve. And then we're adding in the train to this. So currently it's a gas-powered train. We have to do quite a bit of maintenance on the train every single year. It's definitely run its course through its lifetime. And what we're proposing to purchase is a new electric train. And this would also be ADA. So we'd have cars on this train that a child or an adult in a wheelchair would be able to roll into and enjoy the train. Currently, that cannot happen. And so that's part of this bond proposal. And then another park we added into this is Little Dry Creek Phase 2. This will have a major impact on the downtown area by improving the lighting, adding some artistic elements, a spray pad water feature, a spot for food trucks to come in, improve landscaping, and then site amenities as well. And so really activating Little Dry Creek Plaza area so it's a destination for events and people to visit all day, every day. And then this was part of the 2017 master plan, but adding in an off-leash area for Cushing. We would put a fence around this because it is its proximity to Dartmouth. We want to keep everybody safe, including the dogs. And so we would add wood chips like we have down at Canine Corral. Additional amenities would be boulders, benches, more dog bag dispensers, trash cans, and possibly solar lighting added in to lighting up in the evening hours, especially in the winter months. And I'll pass it to Brad Anderson, our Deputy Director.
Thank you, Christina. So the exciting thing with the Recreation Center for the aquatics enhancements we're looking for, staff sat down and we looked at a lot of different opportunities that are out there, but one thing that we wanted to really start targeting was the teen market and how we could also enhance some of our existing programs that we have. So what we came up with when we started looking at things was, the first thing was a surf simulator. With a surf simulator, you can do stand-up surfing as the young child is doing up there on the right-hand side. On the left-hand side, you can also operate bodyboarding, with that one, which is a lot of fun. And that's just another picture on the bottom there of a girl that's sitting there doing some stand-up surfing and stuff. The thing with this is it will not only enhance recreation value to the recreation center, but also can bring in some revenue by having lessons is one of the things that we could program with that. So something we were excited about also. The other thing we were looking at is a Ninja Cross course. Ninja Cross course is kind of nice because it's a retractable unit that can be brought down in less than a minute. And when they're not in use, we actually can take it all the way back up into the roof. So opportunities with this is we can have some competitions with it. It also will allow teens to have some excitement things besides a regular 8-lane lap pool. And then also our aqua fitness classes, that's a piece of equipment that we can incorporate into the fitness program that we have, the existing programs. Next slides that we have, we'll get into a little bit of Pirates Cove. Looking at Pirates Cove, we actually been looking at doing something at Pirates Cove. This will be the 20th season, and one thing that we keep hearing is when are you going to add something? When are you going to add something? When are you going to add something new? So some things that staff we've looked at over the years and stuff, and we came up with this time is you'll see on the north side there's a yellow place. That will be a mat racer, which we're proposing. The other thing is we're looking to redo the competitive pool, which is on the bottom one. The reason we're looking to redo the competitive pool is right now there's a lot of structural damage with the piping and everything to where we're at a point to where we'll probably have to go in and excavate and redo all the piping in that area. So staff got together and we started looking at it and saying, what if we changed that area up and added some different amenities? So the one amenity on the right there is a 2-lane inner tube ride, which would be a slide run out. And then also we'll have a leisure pool is what we're looking at as well at the bottom of that one. The reason for that one, we found out through the industry across nationwide that people like to just sit and soak. And we find that a lot of times right there at the comp pool of Pirates Cove now. So we would add that amenity in there. And by doing so, we're going to reduce the amount of gallons by about 100,000 gallons. Right now, we're about 220,000 gallons. We'll be right about 100,000 gallons with this one and also with the slide. So we're actually, we'll be saving some water. On the left-hand side, there is a 4-lane mat racer, which we will put on the north side of the park. They'll go from about where the existing slide tower is to about where the leisure pool is currently with that one. So just gives a different excitement. The other thing with the 2 slides that we would have inner tubes on in the mat racer, one of the things that we have heard every year is right now to use the 3 big slides, there's a 48-inch height requirement. And with these, we could go down to a 42-inch height requirement. So now we'll be servicing more of the younger kids when they're caught in that awkward age of they're not yet big enough to go down the big slide, but then they're too big to go down the ones that are on the leisure pool. So those are some amenities we have listed there. And when you sit there, you break down into the budget breakdown with this one. With all the parks enhancements that we're looking at, just over $30 million. The Pirates Cove enhancements we're looking at is just over $9 million. The Inglewood Recreation Center aquatics enhancements will come to $9,790,000 for a total product of $50,000. No, a little bit more than that. $50 million is what we're proposing for this bond initiative. And with that, have any comments or questions for us that we would love to answer for you?
Thank you very much for the presentation, everyone. Member Russell, kick us off.
Thank you. So one of the questions I'm thinking about right now is all of this building we're doing in Inglewood and they're paying minimum amounts in park and lieu fees. Aren't a lot of these things that could be covered with the park and lieu fees?
Thank you for the question, Member Russell, and I'll let Christina Underhill further explain. But we are in the process right now. We've hired a consultant who is looking at all impact fees across the city. And I would say most of our time has been spent on Parks and Rec in terms of, needed facilities, facility upgrades, et cetera. The only thing I would caveat, even as we work through that to try to identify additional resources, is that it has to be tied to the new development, the impact of what the new development is on our systems. So it typically, impact fees can't be used on just renovations to an existing facility. State law requires cities to make a direct correlation between what that apartment unit or new subdivision, how it is impacting that facility. And then the developers only must pay that amount that is tied to that increase. But Director Underhill, do you want to add to that?
I think you covered it very well. Yeah.
So just one comment about that. I think that with increase in density, we can justify some of these upgrades because especially at Pirates Cove and at the rec center.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that, and that's something we're looking into, and hopefully that will be the case moving forward.
Okay.
And I would just, sorry.
Go ahead.
I would just add, as we looked at the new Cushing off-leash area, for instance, we have a tremendous amount of development going in that quadrant that we haven't seen in a number of years, and there is a desire for more off-leash facilities. We think that, that could be something that actually, while I think council, when we were talking about off-leash, thought, I'm not sure that's a right location, but with the right fencing, a sign that says Inglewood loves dogs, I think you could make it a real attraction and amenity for the community, and particularly that high growth area of the city.
Thank you very much.
So I guess I'll ask a question just since I think initially was discussed about the irrigation. I love what I saw, but I'm just kind of wondering, I know irrigation is a big issue for our existing parks. So now we're talking about making enhancements to parks that really don't have any of these enhancements. So are we already covered in terms of the existing irrigation for our existing parks? That's why we're kind of looking at doing something more with the pocket parks that we happen to have in the city. I'm just kind of curious whether or not we've already covered that.
That's a good question. So yes, all of our parks need new irrigation. Baker, we just renovated and should be finished up here very shortly. That is the only park that has a brand new irrigation system. I think Duncan's doing pretty well too. However, the parks that are with the red rectangles, those will get all new irrigation systems, which we're gonna have to do if we convert turf to native areas. You still need a little irrigation for at least the first 3 years of that, and they need to be on a different valve than the rest of the park. So while we're not gonna address every single need in our parks with this 50 million, it's gonna take a huge chunk out of the need we currently have. And then we can focus on the other parks that we're not addressing as part of this proposal through grants and other programs.
Thank you, Director. Member Noonkamp.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the presentation. I'll start with a couple of things that I loved that I saw. I love the push for us to really think about native plants and how are we planning for the future and the turf replacement and some of those things for the community. I also, maybe on a less serious note, I love the design. I think a lot of what we saw, I can tell a lot of work has gone into it. And I think what I like the most is that everything feels like Inglewood. The little quirky, especially the Little Dry Creek Plaza, feels like it's really going to fit into that downtown. So I just appreciate the intentionality and the planning. That's really important, especially as we bring some of these concepts to our voters, that it feels like a benefit to the city that feels like us. Two questions that I have is if we can go back maybe to the Emerson Park slide. Sorry, it's way back there. There it is. So the section of the park that's noted here on the lower right-hand corner, currently, is it part of the park, or is it, because it's just open space right now, correct?
That is correct. It's just green space.
So we haven't done anything with it previously, but this is the plan.
Correct.
Okay. And then I also had a question about the Pirates Cove expansion, or sorry, the Bellevue Park expansion, which would take the parking lot, the lower parking lot for Pirates Cove. Especially with the additions to Pirates Cove, is there any concern about adequate parking at the park if we take away that lower parking lot?
What we're looking for at the Bellevue lot is, it's in need of repair. And there was that part that's got some plantings in it, and we would remove that one. Also, we'd add some more handicapped spaces into that one as well. So the Pirates Cove parking lot would stay the same, and then we would just complete the lower Bellevue lot.
Okay, but don't Pirates Cove customers use that lower Bellevue lot?
First come, first serve, when the people come into there. So some people do, but actually we see a lot of people using it from the park.
Okay.
Using it as well. It depends on how early you get there.
So you're not concerned about having enough parking to meet the demand?
we could always use more parking and stuff, but I think right now the demand is pretty good, especially where we have overflow parking. We have an agreement with South Suburban Parks and Recreation to where they can use the parking lot over there at Cornerstone Park. And that's kind of why the light is in there also, for not only traffic mediation, but it's also to have a pedestrian crossing at that part.
Great, thank you.
Member Woodward.
Thank you. One of the things that I recall from Pirates Cove is a lot of the summertime when it's open, park need is actually camps coming in, and they have buses or miniature buses and stuff. And so it's not quite as bad, I think, as one would think during the day, because most people and parents are working and then bringing their kids in, on weekends when it gets busy, really busy. One of the things I really liked was the activation of Miller Field with things like a splash pad and some of the amenities there, I think, are really nice. And what appears to be a smaller field, like maybe softball or something like that, and then the larger field for baseball. But I think that's a real need in that area, in that whole kind of north area, north of Oxford, going all the way from Santa Fe to Clarkson. So I would really like to see that happen into more of a park type space and going back to the 2017 master plan, and I think even before that. So thank you for your presentation.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I'd like to get a better understanding of the debt load that we're asking for here. My first question is in relation to the current environment, where interest rates are higher than they have been when we've drawn debt in the past. Are we confident that we'll get the best value out of doing this now? Or are we only asking to do this now because we have a tax that's getting ready to sunset and we're asking our voters to renew it when now might not be the best time that they would get the best value for their dollar?
I'll have to rely on our Director Jackie Loh to answer the first question, but as far as timing is concerned, yes, our current bond is sunsetting. However, we know there's park need and prices aren't going to go down. And so we figured there's some urgency to get a lot of these projects done and implemented so our residents can start enjoying them sooner than later. But ultimately, I'll pass it to Jackie for the debt question.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Let me answer your question from the bigger picture. What is the debt ceiling of the city? Our legal debt margin, what does that look like? In 2001, a majority of the city's electors voted to change the home rule charter of the cities by allowing the debt ceiling to be 3% of actual valuation of the property, not assessed value. So in our audited financial statements in a footnote for 2021, you can get information, but I have a 2022 unaudited information. So based on the actual property value, 3% is $215 million. Currently, we have the GO bond debt for police building, $26 million. So the legal debt margin would have $188 million. So this is our authority to issue debt. So just want to give you the big picture. Then in terms of the current environment, we think a few scenarios. What's the term? Is it 20 years or 25 years or interest rate 3%, 4%, 5%? We want to be more conservative, so we use 20-year and 5% to calculate what's the mill levy rates look like. I would say in the past, seems like our interest rates between 2.5% to 4%. So 5% might be a little bit higher, but in terms of the economy, by the time we're going to issue debt in early 2004, the interest rate may be lower.
Conversely, it may also be higher, correct?
You mean the payoff, the
interest rate. I mean, we don't know for certain what interest rates are going to do in the current market. That's one of the fiscal challenges that we have.
Correct.
And so when we draw this $50 million in debt, are we potentially going to ask our voters to increase their property tax liability to support the debt? This is a significantly larger amount of money than what the now 25-year-old bonds
Yeah.
originally drew in principle.
Yeah, internally, we had a conversation. For example, for sales use tax, we know we increased from 3.5% to 3.8%. There's a baseline 3.5, but for the mill levy, it fluctuates. It depends upon the assessed value of the property and also the debt service payments. But we had an internal conversation. City manager requested, what is the highest mill levy rates in the past 20 years? It was 2.5 mil. But like this year, because it's a half payment year, the mill levy is only 0.6. So it fluctuates a lot. With the 50 million, definitely will be higher than 2.5 mil. But we also think about the cost benefit analysis.
Right, and I know there's a lot of complicated math that goes into this, but ultimately what my constituents, and to a certain extent what I care about, is how much money is the government taking out of my pocket on an annual basis? And under this plan, that amount would decidedly increase, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Member Russell.
Thank you. And I do share some of Mayor Pro Tem's concerns. I do have a question. How many, like I'm assuming, was the Miller Field upgrade in the Parks and Rec master plan, or is that additional? And Little Dry Creek area, is that also additional that weren't in the, how many of these projects were not in the original master plan?
Little Dry Creek, I believe, is the only one. Miller Field was called out, not to this level of detail, but it was called out for future improvements.
Okay, I appreciate that. I mean, because of my concerns, I will tell you that I absolutely believe that we probably do need to do Pirates Cove because that is an income generator for the city. And I think that that's one thing that needs to be done. In looking at the rec center improvements, what's that going to do to current program availability for like the seniors, water walking, and things like that?
As far for the senior, all those water fitness classes are held in the morning time. That we probably would not be running the simulator, the surf simulator during those times. It'd be more towards the afternoon and probably the evening times. So we wouldn't let that compete with the current water fitness classes.
Okay, I appreciate that. And then, this is a different question. Is the boiler fixed yet, or is it going to be soon?
For the pool?
Yes.
The
for
boiler is fixed.
The boiler is fixed?
Yes, it was fixed, and it was also, when it was serviced, we also cleaned out the boiler too, so it is running very good right now.
Okay, I'm sure everybody's happy then.
Yes, they are.
Thank you.
Me too.
City Manager Lewis, you got something to add?
Thank you. Just to put a finer point, Member Russell, on your point about Pirates Cove and the need for investment there, you know, as you look at water parks nationwide, if they're not doing some reinvention of themselves, they get stagnant revenue drops. But that facility has been netting six figures for this city and the city's general fund for multiple years. And so I'm sure we had a dip during COVID, but it has been very, very good to the city and to the citizens of this community, much of which is paid by people from out of town. So it's really revenue coming into the city.
Absolutely, thank you, and I do appreciate that. So, but I think when we upgrade those things too, that will generate more interest and more outreach. Thank you.
Member Woodward.
Yeah, I just want to mention about the bonds too. Although we're in a higher interest rate right now, I know in the past we've what I will call refinance. I know there's a different term for it for bonds, but lowering that rate during the term. And I think there were even some that we did twice during the term of the actual bonds. So although 5.5% seems high and outrageous, I don't know. How many of you, 20 years ago buying a house, you paid more than 5.5% for your mortgage, and that was probably 30 years. So I think refinancing them is very possible and probable.
Not even 30 years ago. That was 20 years ago. So, Mayor Pro Tem.
Just briefly, I'd like to respond to Member Woodward's comments. I think we make a mistake when we think about what we could do in the future to lower costs, because under Tabor, the question we have to ask our voters is, should we draw this debt with this maximum repayment cost, which would be whatever we draw the bonds at? So when our voters go and look at their ballots, they're going to see the price as of the day that we authorize the question. Regardless of whether we intend to refinance or we think the interest rate market might change in the future. The other thing I wanted to bring up is, in the past, we've talked on the subject of Pirates Cove, and Member Russell and the manager's comments bring this forward again. We have a golf course that we run as an enterprise, and we've talked previously in some discussions I've been in about possibly splitting Pirates Cove off to an enterprise. And to me, the fact that it makes money for the city, the fact that it requires some amount of debt to maintain or improve, these scream enterprise. And the reason why it hasn't been split off as an enterprise so far, as I understand it, is because we originally built it with GO bonds. Those bonds are being paid off, that obligation is complete. I think we should investigate before we include it in a new bond package, splitting it off into an enterprise, which would free Pirates Cove to a certain extent to operate and draw debt as needed to continue operation. And I think that would be a worthwhile discussion as part of the discussion that we're having now.
Thank you for that, Mayor Pro Tem. Any other comments?
Mayor,
Go ahead, City Manager Lewis.
I think if we can make that a council request, do you mind if we do that? I think that's a great idea and exploration. I just to speak to the analysis that Director Loh was speaking of, we did look at, I think it was 2007, at kind of the peak payback for the last time that we issued the Parks and Rec bond, and that was about $85 a year for the average household at that time. Of course, household worth has gone up significantly since then, but we're looking at about $150 a year for the full 50 million. And so, when you look at the value that many of these improvements would bring to the community, the amenities that virtually every district, every neighborhood would benefit from in these projects, we think that $150 a year is a value proposition, and particularly when you look at the fact we are retiring debt. Your tax rates have been going down as we've continued to pay down this bond, the last bond. And so we do think that also is part of this value proposition. And then I would also mention, if you are interested, and apologies for springing this on you, Christina, the DDA is another funding source for Little Dry Creek Plaza. They have been very interested in my discussions with Hillary Portel, the director, in coming alongside us with regard to this, the Little Dry Creek Plaza, but want to wait until they're ready to bond in their TIF revenues, which are robust. And so that's another opportunity for another funding partner to come to the table with regard to the Little Dry Creek Plaza that's squarely located within the EDDA. And then last but not least, I just want to thank the staff that you see here, and I'm sure the people that work behind them. This has taken well over a year of planning. This level of detail, this level of information, cost estimation between Logan Simpson, our Parks and Rec Board, our staff sitting in front of you, they have just done an exceptional job. We're ready to communicate this to the public, and with your blessing, and do some surveying of our public, get those results back to you, and just looking forward to a good community conversation on this.
Perfect. I appreciate that, City Manager Lewis. Any other comments from council? I'm looking forward to hearing that community feedback regarding the plan. I do think I love everything in it. I do understand the cost associated with it, and something that we would have to think of when the time comes. And I'll kind of echo what I said earlier, and I believe Member Russell may have stated or may have twisted her words, but the Pirates Cove Rec Center to me are the priorities because they're existing. Upgrading those, obviously, if we're going to keep Pirates Cove, we want to keep maintaining it and make it a place that people want to come and visit. So, but yeah, I love everything that I saw in this. So thank you to everyone here. Mr. Sigler, thank you very much for speaking as well if you're still online. But yeah, really appreciate it.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, we're going to bring up Director Loh to provide us the financial update for, what month are we in? This is for March. I don't know what day it is, man. So Good evening, Director Loh.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Yeah. I will review the 2023 March financial report with you tonight. Oh. Okay. For the revenue through March 2023, the city's general fund revenues total 16.17 million, and this amount is 25.1% of budgeted revenue, or 1.26 million higher than the same time last year. The revenue year to date is tracking 8.5% higher compared to 2022. Let's take a look at the property tax. Through March 2023, the city has received 2.88 million in property tax. Of that, 1.88 million went to general fund, 0 to EDDA, and the rest went to debt service for the Parks and Rec and police building GO bonds. And for sales use tax, the total remittance are 10.82 million, or 816,000 higher than the same time last year. We did an internal analysis because we want to figure out if this increase is due to organic growth or the 0.3% increase from sales use tax. Our conclusion is, based on the 2 months data, is more for the 0.3% sales tax increase. Next line item is for license and permits are higher in 2022 due to one large building permit in the amount of 96,000. Investment earnings, 445,000 higher than 2022. The 2022 losses are due to a rapid rise in interest rates, which result in unrealized losses. This is another way to see the sales use taxes collected cash received from the top 11 sources. This slide also the cash collected received in the past 3 months compared to the last 5 years, total 5 years data. This is a slide to show a cumulative change in sales use tax collection. This is a slide to show the year-to-date sales tax collection by area, including the new business opened, business closed, and the net. This is another way to show sales use taxes collected received by area. Area 7, outside city limits. Area 14's online sellers. You can see as of March 2023, we haven't issued any refunds yet. At the same time last year, we have refunded 43,000. Okay, let's take a look at expenditures. Expenditures year-to-date are 17 million, or 26.3% of the budgeted expenditures. Total expenditures year-to-date are 2.95 million, or 20.9% higher than the same time last year. It's for a good reason. But most of the expenditures variances are due to the 5% salary increase for all groups, and also for March, due to the timing payroll days through March. 2023 has one more payroll than 2023. So normally we have 2 payrolls per month, but March we call that 3 payroll months, so we have one more payroll, which is 1.2 million. So the payroll dates will sync back up in April. You may see for police, public works, and parks and rec, library, golf, they have expenditure variances. This is large due to an increased internal billing for the yearly vehicle maintenance and serve charges. The internal rates were a little bit lower in 2021, 2022. We relook at these charges in 2023. So these charges back to normal now. This is another way to look at our expenditures. You can see personnel over by 1.7 million. Of that, 1.2 million is due to the third payroll. Other variances are due to the internal billings, largely. You can see for 2023 year-to-date March, we're operating deficit 888,000 compared to same time last year. We have operating surplus 478,000. But if we add a 1.2 million back to the operating deficit, because we have more payroll, we have probably 312,000 surplus, which is equitable compared to the same time last year. This is a summary sheet to show the transfer into the general fund for debt service on the building and the transfer out from unassigned fund balance. 1 million is for the capital projects, 2.1 million is included in the budget supplemental number 1 for the Dartmouth Bridge project. So the net transfer out of the general fund is 3 million. This is the slide to show fund balance composition of year-to-date. You can see year-to-date net change in fund balance is 3.9 million. This includes the operating deficit and the transfer out from general fund to fund a capital project. Then we have table requirement. We have later fund committed by council. ARPA funding, 369,000 yet to be spent, 1.1 million from the restricted of the sales of Bronco building, but we allocate of 1.1 million, we allocate 616,000 to fund the youth-related activities. Our reserve, so at the end of March, unassigned fund balance is 5.8 million. This is the appendix, which concludes my presentation for tonight. Do you have any questions? Yes.
Thank you very much, Director Loh. Mayor Pro Tem.
We've looked at this in the past, but my concern is not waning when I look at Area 5, which is that area in the Federal and Bellevue area, roughly.
Okay.
We've seen a downtrend in sales tax revenues in Area 5 over the past 2 years. And I don't know if this is necessarily attributable to a single taxpayer following, some trends in the market in which that taxpayer deals without getting overly specific, or if this signals sort of a harbinger of things to come. But if we go back to that beautiful mountain showing our sales tax going up and up and up and up.
Mm-hmm.
Area 5 is sort of it's counter to that trend. So that would be my first question, is anything specific to Area 5? Perhaps I need to put in a request with the manager's office to visit some businesses in Area 5 with maybe the economic development manager. We can do some joint visits and just see how things are going over there. If there's a challenge that we haven't identified, I'd like to address that. The other thing that I'm wondering about is if you can go back, Director Loh, to the backwards to the slide that shows the sales tax revenue over the years. It looks like a mountain, and right now it's headed in the right direction.
You mean
but
this one, accumulated?
yeah,
Okay.
every mountain, as we know, has a peak. And what I concern myself with sometimes as a member of council is what happens when we hit that peak and we start to go down the crest of the mountain. And we've seen this over the years, and we've talked about this a number of times, and we haven't hit it yet. But I just can't shake that feeling that there's impending doom. Have you seen anything in the market or any fiscal projections which would indicate that we may have a problem in the future that we need to plan for?
Yeah, thank you. Let me answer your first question about Area 5. I believe we prepare a question for that specific. That area has more very small shops. We could revisit that council request. I believe we prepare a council request answer for that specific question in the past.
Okay, if there is a request that I neglected, then that's
Okay,
that's
so I
my fault.
will
I
put that
apologize, and I
on.
would not
Oh, no,
want to
no.
ask you to do the same work twice.
No. I'll double check. I remember. The second question, that's why exactly when we were very excited to see 818,000 increase compared to same time last year, we did an internal analysis. Is this due to the 0.3%? Because the sales use tax increase, or we see organic growth because of the transactions. Our conclusion is because 0.3%. We did not see the increase. Actually, we saw a decrease from outside sellers. So we're monitoring that, but we want to see the first quarter after March, because we have 30% of business file taxes monthly, 30% quarterly, 30% annually. So we just want to get the first quarter numbers. We're monitoring this carefully. We're also comparing notes with other municipalities. We are in a better position compared to some municipalities.
Great news. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions from council? Go ahead, Member Russell.
Thank you. I have a question on that Stadium District Fund. What is that for, youth programs or?
Yeah, specific for youth activities program. So you see, currently we have 1.5 million, but we are planning to use 616,000 for youth-related activities. As I mentioned, when we spend the money, you will see the stadium ARPA funding, the balance decreasing because this is restricted by donors. Once we fulfill the donors' request, we unrestrict. So we'll see the number decrease. But we talk about when would that happen? Director Underhill could answer. Most of youth activities happen in summer. So you will not see this fluctuation until probably after August.
Okay, so it's like, what type of youth programs? Mostly Parks and Rec type programs, or?
It's very, very broad.
That's an excellent question, and we've been in contact with other cities that receive the same funding, asking what they'll be doing with their monies. And it really varies throughout the region what they'll be using it for. We have a long list of proposals that I had our managers put together of what this could be, such as the train. If we don't want to use that as part of the bond, we could purchase a new train with these funds. Our aquatics division could do swim lessons with transportation included. So there's a long list and something we can bring to you all in the near future to let you see what that list looks like and how those monies could be spent. Right now, we haven't really earmarked it specifically for anything because this bond initiative is sitting in the shadows. And if that's successful, then that opens up that funding for other opportunities as well.
Right, I appreciate that. And I mean, that's what I was thinking. Were there programs that we could do at Pirates Cove or at the rec center in some of those upgrades that we were planning?
Definitely. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Director Loh, you did answer the question I asked on November 8th, but noting that 6 months have passed since then, I think an update might be helpful to me.
We'll revisit, yes.
Thank you.
Any further questions from council? Seeing none, I think we're going to move on to agenda item 6, which Director Loh, you along with, we have a lot of members of the public that sit on various boards. I think there's library, P&Z, parks. I may be missing, BAC. All here tonight. Thank you for being dedicated and showing up tonight. So not sure who exactly is going to be kicking this one off. Is it you, City Manager Lewis? No. Director Loh. Look at you walking away. Right. Director Loh, I'll let you kick us off, but this is the preliminary discussion on the 2024 capital projects list.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. You are correct. City manager is going to kick off the meeting and introduce and welcome all the board, commission, committee members.
Thank you, Director Loh. I just will be brief and say thank you to our boards and commissions for being here. I know we've got some folks, many folks online tonight who are also here. You know, I think that the real hallmark of this council has been trying to better engage our boards and commissions in the capital process. I think that that's led to an increase in public involvement. And I know we've actually, this council has added boards and commissions who look at the CIP. And so I just thank them for the time, the effort that it takes to really review these. We hope that the new tool that Deputy City Manager Dodd will be reviewing will be helpful to not only you, but also the boards and commissions that will be reviewing. So I just want to thank them in advance for their time and effort.
Good. Thank you, City Manager. So tonight, the members of leadership team are present to discuss the preliminary Tier 1 capital project list. We have Tier 1, 2, 3, 4 listed here. Staff plans to also discuss the prioritization tool with the members of boards, commissions, and committees. So we're going to break down tonight's request by different departments. Parks, Rec, Library, and Golf is overseeing the Conservation Trust Fund, Open Space Fund, and Golf Course Fund. And we'll have a communication departments, information technology department, public works, and Parks and Rec, Library, Golf will review their list for the public improvement fund at capital project fund. That will be the main focus tonight with multiple requests with limited funding sources. Also, public works department will review their projects under stormwater fund, concrete utility fund, service center fund, and capital equipment replace fund, SERF fund. And utilities director will review the capital projects funded by water, sewer, and South Platte Renew. And we'll review the tool last. This is a council calendar. We're going to present the request to you on tonight, and we are going to present the operating and staff prioritized capital projects on June 26th. And all the board, commission, committee members tonight, they are going to present their recommendation to city manager by June the 8th. This is the budget planning process input. We list all the articles, code for the commission, committee, and board member that authorize them to be part of this process. So this will start with Parks and Rec and multiple departments, Public Works, and Utilities. This will be the presentation flow. This year we did something a bit differently for the capital improvement plan request. We broke all the requests down by capital projects and capital programs. Here's a definition. Capital projects typically just one-time expenditure to acquire or construct an asset. Cash outlay may be over 1 to 4 years, but only occur every 5 to 30 years. Capital programs, more recurring, ongoing annual expenditures, more for O&M operations and maintenance to extend the life of an asset. So we have tier 1, 2, 3, 4 tonight. We also want to review our strategic outcome, neighborhood, infrastructure, economy, sustainability, the 7 outcomes. And here's what we want to present to council. All projects across the board, you can see the percentage allocation from all capital improvement fund requests, and the tier 1, you can see the percentage. I still remember the priority received from council on January 29th, 2022. Here's your priority: infrastructure, safety, community well-being, local economy, sustainability, governance, and neighborhood. You can see how close our presentation request to your priority. The only thing sustainability seems high, 14%. That's because utilities has a lot of projects, very high dollar amount, all will affect sustainability. So that's the only one factor change the percentage allocation. First, we want to have Director Underhill to review the projects under Conservation Trust Fund, Open Space, and Golf. I want to give you the estimated funding balance. You can see the estimated funding balance for conservation and this estimated ending. If we spend down all the resources for the capital projects. The designated funds for project completion, this dollar amount shows the balance of outstanding capital projects. If they complete every project current outstanding, they will spend down 1.37 million will give them the fund balance 330,000. And also list the fund source for the conservation fund. Most of the money comes from Colorado State Lottery funds. So here's if you see PG, that means recurring program. PJ means the capital project.
Thank you for that, Director Loh. And Director, before you get started, just to make it clear for any members of the boards and commissions, if you have a question, feel free to come up, or if you're online, feel free to raise your hand, but obviously we do want you to be engaged in this process. Go ahead, Director.
Thank you very much. So the capital projects here listed are part of the CTF funds, and like Director Loh mentioned, these are ongoing. So I'll have Brad Anderson, Deputy Director, cover the first two items in Tier 1.
So the first two items that we have is the Bellevue train that we just talked about earlier with the bond initiative proposal that we have. We wanted to put an earmark in there, so that is in there for the 2024. But there's also funding that we have, like we mentioned earlier, as far as in the Bronco refund and money and stuff like that one, but that's just a placeholder for us. Then also Pirates Cove maintenance, because it is an aging facility, we do have $60,000 in 2024 and likewise coming in other previous years. Those are for repairs of pumps, filters, any other major things that happens for the slides, re-gel coating slides, those types of things is what falls underneath Pirates Cove maintenance.
And then our next fund is the open space funds. This is funded by the quarter-cent sales tax. It's indefinite, which is excellent for our park system with the Arapahoe County open space. And I'll have Adrian Torres, open space manager, cover that fund.
Thank you, Christina. Our tier 1s for the open space fund are our grant matching funds. This gives us the ability to match when we go after Arapahoe County open space grants as well as other grants. Irrigation system replacement. A lot of this we use to update controllers or save for larger irrigation replacement projects. Parks planning and design. We use this fund for all of our new park designs. Parks flower bed program is an ongoing program that does our pots on Broadway as well as our annual flowers throughout the park system. With the open space fund, we're able to use up to 10% for maintenance. So with that, we're able to pay one of our parks maintenance technicians out of the open space fund, as well as some temporary seasonal staff. Tree replacement fund, we have a pretty surplus in the balance right now, so we don't have anything going in there till 2018. So we'd like to spend some of that down before we start adding to that. But we also need to replace trees. So that is our tier 1 projects for our open space fund.
All right, I'll move on to the golf course fund. Now, the golf course is an enterprise fund. We have 3 items here. One of the items you did approve the purchase of some new golf carts. So here's the budget for that. Asphalt replacement is number 1. If you've been to the golf course, the parking lot has a lot of potholes. And with these funds, we'll be replacing or implementing new asphalt throughout the parking lot and some of the golf pathways for the carts. And then the golf carts were approved this year for purchase, and that is the amount due in 2024. And then the last one is golf course operating equipment. So this is a replacement of mowers and other large utility vehicles used at the golf course. We're happy to answer any questions.
Member Russell.
Thank you. So one of the questions that I have is how can we include salaries in capital projects?
So that is an item that I think comes up every year as a question, and it's been confirmed by Arapahoe County Open Space that we are able to use that for funding employees. In fact, they have increased funding and we can request more if needed. So that has been approved by Arapahoe County.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Another item that comes up every year, which is potentially a bell that I'll keep ringing. This plan for open space fund shows us spending $200,000 over 5 years for flowers. And, you know, they make flowers that grow every year. So the question I ask is, why do we spend money every year buying flowers that die the year that we put them in when they make flowers that grow every year?
We are slowly reducing our amount of annuals that we do plant throughout the city. Some of the areas, like the pots on Broadway, would be hard to sustain perennials in that kind of area. So those are the majority of our annuals.
Thank you.
Member Woodward?
Thank you. A couple of questions. On the Bellevue train, the 514,750, if we spent that now, as proposed here in the Conservation Trust Fund, we wouldn't need that. I mean, we'd basically be dropping the bond down by $500,000, correct?
That is correct. So
Okay.
like I mentioned, we're calling out it in here as a capital project, but we also have other options with the Broncos funding as well as the bond initiative. So the bond initiative is in the early stages, and we can talk projects as we move along that process.
Yeah, okay, good. And also the train, the current train, the gas or diesel, whatever it is, coal, no, it's
Gas,
not coal.
yes.
It's making money, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you on that. Also, just a correction, it wasn't Arapahoe County that approved that 10%. It was the voters of Arapahoe County that approved the 10% for open space maintenance costs, which include labor, obviously. So, yeah, that was a problem as we had the open space fund start and all these projects happen, and then all of a sudden realizing there's no maintenance built into this and no way for us to do the maintenance stuff on them. So the next time around, it was approved, or it might have been the third time around, it was approved by the by the voters of the county.
Yep, that's correct.
Thank you.
Anything else, Member Woodward? Mr. Haggerty?
Thank you, and thank you all for the presentation. As the chair of the Planning and Zoning Commission, we are in charge of going through all these and kind of trying to prioritize, so it's great to be able to get this information, be able to ask a few questions. And as Member Woodward asked, the Bellevue train would be one that was a potential, could come out of the bonding, so one that might not be a priority for this if we can focus our money through other means?
That's correct. So the Bellevue train, you can see in years after, 25, 26, 27, $40,000, that's annual maintenance costs. We just put new wheels on the train recently. So as you experienced at Holiday Express 2 years ago, it derailed itself. During that time, nobody was hurt, but that's a maintenance cost. So this year we kind of threw a Hail Mary with the $500,000 for the train and put it in here as a capital expense. So we have options because we know we need a new train at the park, and it's very popular and well-loved.
And then if we go to the open space fund also, grant matching funds, I assume those are funds that we have to spend in order to get those matches. So something we'd want to prioritize to make sure that we're getting as much money back in. Are there any other matching type of funds that we'll be looking at?
The grant matching funds will be the majority of them. We can, once we get the plans, we can break it down, and I can break it into some of these different categories to match some of it. But the match granting will be the majority of the funds that we use to match.
I think for the open space parks, I think those were the only questions I had for right now. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Haggerty. Member Russell?
Thank you. And the grant matching funds really come also from other Arapahoe County monies, correct?
Not the grant matching funds come from this open space fund, but the actual grants that we apply for are a different fund than this.
I know it's not but Arapahoe County we have two funds that are funded by the county, right? And one of them, the grant matching funds, can come out of.
You're actually, yeah, you are correct in that statement, that the grant matching funds do come from Arapahoe County that we're able to use for other grants that Arapahoe County, GOCO may produce. So yes, and I'll add to, so the Bates Logan grant that we're going after currently, we were able to go through all of these categories like tree replacement and go through the punch list of each of the items that are listed for the improvements and take from those lines for the matching piece in addition to our grant matching funds. So it's really unique that we can use these funds in that manner, and it helps us renovate our parks a little bit faster.
Right, thank you.
Member Woodward?
We also get shareback funds, which are the funds that come directly to us and we decide, there's no match to those. That's what we decide, so. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Sorry, I need to go back to flowers. I was just processing your answer. So flower pots along Broadway. We talked a little bit earlier about potentially involving the DDA and the Little Dry Creek Plaza improvements. And I wonder, considering the fact that the flower pots along Broadway are sort of a DDA, section, city beautification, sector improvement, if there might be some opportunity to coordinate with the DDA there and save the city some funding. I don't know if the juice is worth the squeeze, but I think that would make me feel better about the flower program in general.
I can sure get in touch with Hillary and start that conversation.
Thank you. I'll piggyback on that because I think that this is something that we've been discussing this just about every single year. And if the Parks and Rec Commission or even the Sustainability Commission haven't looked at this, I would like for them to kind of look into this and other possible options because I feel the same way. I think that, using annuals instead of perennials for some of this, I, like to see different options. So. Question, I just lost your name just off the top of my head.
Bill Lesage, Chair of the BAC Committee. So are the maintenance costs, assuming with the train and the rec center and other areas, is that assuming that the bond goes through? Or is it projected just based on where we are today?
What we're seeing here on the screen?
Yeah.
That's projected on what we're dealing with today.
Okay. So for the train, if we got a new train next year, maintenance costs could be lower outward.
That would be the hope. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lesage. Member Russell, do you have a question? No, it's still on. Okay. And Mayor Pro Tem.
I think this picture would also change a lot if the residents decided to give us bond funding for parks because we'd be freeing up. It looks like every single one of these things was on the list. So that's another $1 million in capital we have to spend in other places in the city.
That's a great observation and kind of an exciting thought to think about, knowing we can redirect funding to other areas. So we did mention there's some parks we're not addressing as part of the bond initiative, and that's where we can redirect some of this funding to really get our parks up to par and exciting for all.
Any further questions? Thank you, Parks Department.
Okay, let's move to the Public Improvement Fund and Capital Project Fund. This is summary of a public improvement and capital project funds. We want to take a look at the ratio of capital projects to programs. So for the Public Improvement Fund, PIF, we have of the requests we're going to present to you tonight, probably 48.5% is related to the one-time project. 51.5% is recurring programs. For capital projects funds, CPF, 46.7% is for one-time new project. 53.3% is for recurring, more for maintenance operation. So we want to bring this to council. Do we need, for our long-term designated, we need to find a long-term designated funding strategy for our true capital improvement plan, not just recurring. So we'll list a few funding strategies or sources for your consideration. We have been transferring funding from general fund unassigned fund balance whenever it's available, or dedicated public improvement fund based on a charter to mills, definitely subject to voters' approval. Or we can ask for grant funding. So just want to throw out a few ideas for council consider. How can we fund long-term and true one-time capital improvement plan request? This is another way to present the projects, programs, and the totals. So for the PIF and CPF, we break down the request on tier 1, 2, 3, 4. And also tonight we have 4 departments presenting their requests for PIF funding and CPF funding: communication, information technology, Parks and Rec, and Public Works. For projects for tier 1, Public Works have $4,100,000 for tier 2. For recurring program, you can see $200,000 from communication for wayfinding, $70,000 for Parks and Rec, and $2.1 million for Parks and Rec. Then you can see total. And also, we do the presentation for the capital project fund broken down by one-time projects, recurring, and total. So you can see what is the true one-time capital improvement, what is this recurring, which should have been funded by our sales use taxes as part of a general fund presentation. So I also want to list the current estimated available funding. Currently for Tier 1, 2024 capital request, we have 9.7 million. Of that, 6.4 million for PIF, 3.3 million for our capital project funds. We also want to list where does the funding come from for PIF: vehicle use tax, building use tax, Arapahoe County road and bridge tax, and we could also use unappropriated fund balance. But the 5 million is just coming from vehicle use tax, building use tax. And at this juncture, we do not know what's additional building use tax. We also call the building use tax construction use tax. Whenever we complete a construction project, we can reconcile their use taxes. Another is the new fee from development. We do not know how many new development projects council is going to approve. Whenever there's a new development, we will receive plan review fees. So there are additional funding available to fund the 9.7 million request. Also, general fund unassigned fund balance. I just reviewed the March financial reports with you. At the end of March, we have 8.5 million unassigned fund balance. Of that, we could use probably 4 million for a capital project. We want to leave 1.8 million for our one-time operating request for 2024. So you can see with 5 million, 4 million from unassigned fund balance, we'll probably have 9 million for the 9.7 million request at this juncture, unless we have new funding sources such as development projects. This is a public improvement fund. We have estimated beginning balance, estimated sources and uses, estimated ending balance for 2023. The 15.58 million represents the outstanding balance of the current projects, also include grants reimbursed to us. So after the calculation, assume we can complete every capital project, current capital project in 2023, we will have unappropriated fund balance for PIF 2.7 million. So here's a request from each department. From Tier 1, you can see program, project. So I want to have Director Hargath from Communication.
Good evening, City Council. I realized it had been a while since we updated you on the wayfinding and placemaking master plan, so I thought quickly I'd kind of give an overview of what we've done since you all adopted the plan in early 2021. If you'll recall, the concept you chose was called Wooded Nook. In 2022, we had 15 secondary gateway signs manufactured, and those will all be installed by the end of May. They will replace the existing signs. And if you're curious what they look like, just as a reminder, they're on page 35 of the plan. 2 primary gateways will be installed, one at Hamden and University, eastbound at King Soopers, and one at Broadway and Bellevue, northbound on the east side of Broadway. And they are on page 33 of the plan if you wanted to take a look at those. We also just received proposals to construct community message signs. These signs will look very much like the pedestrian signs that you see in the wayfinding and placemaking master plan. They will be placed in high traffic areas and areas that are frequented by residents, like parks, things of that nature. In those signs, we'll have the ability to present, to print messages that are customized. If we might be able to say, for instance, we have road work coming, so expect delays, or the block party is coming this weekend. So really customized messaging, we can reach out directly to the community. We also manufactured 9 pedestal signs and 20 wall hanging signs, and these are history signs that will coincide with stops on Inglewood's historic walking tour. So you're going to see a lot of things happening all at once with this signage, so we're excited about that. And we also just completed the first neighborhood signs. They were installed in the Forest Hill neighborhood. And one thing that we're really proud of and that I'm happy to report is that all of these signs were produced by Inglewood-based businesses. And hopefully we can continue to do that. So projects for 2024 may include remaining primary gateway projects, continuation of the neighborhood signage program, adoption of a robust street banner program, additional public art murals, and historical placemaking features. I think you saw one in the wayfinding and placemaking master plan that featured the Sherilyn trolley. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Mayor Pro Tem. I'll defer. Any other questions for members of council? Anyone? No? All right, I guess we'll move on. Thank you for that update, Director Hargan.
You bet, thank you.
Director, go ahead, Director Underhill.
All right, parking lots are not as exciting as playgrounds, but there is a need to continue to restripe, repave our parking lots. Pirates Cove, the Farm and Train, Malley Recreation Center, and many of our parks need to have parking lot updates. And so that's what this funding is used for year after year, to make those updates, to make the parking lots safe, no potholes is the goal.
Mr. Haggerty.
One of the items that comes up here every year that I tend to have a question on is the road and bridge. It's a little bit of a vague item. If we get a little more information on that, and then what we've often asked for is what was spent last year, and are we using the funds every year that we are planning to?
And is that specific to road and bridge?
Road and bridge, I think some of those like the more generic one, the pavement maintenance, concrete ramp program, alley maintenance, things like that.
Definitely, and I'll defer that to
Yeah, thank you, Christina. Yeah, we'd be happy to get you that information, and we can talk a little bit about it as we go through here.
Go ahead, Director Rochelle.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. So first up is the alley maintenance. On here as a priority, so even less exciting than parking lots, but still needed. So that's grading, fixing our alleys to maintain them and make them traversable in their current condition. It is not paving, it is maintaining our current alley conditions. So can also include subbing out some of that work depending on staff workload and other priorities to make sure those alleys are passable. Next up is the concrete program accessibility ramp. So what we're doing there is basically going around and trying to update our handicap ramps to make them compliant with current ADA standards going throughout the city. Next is the concrete utility city share. So we have the concrete utility enterprise fund. This is the city share part of that. Then we have the East Dartmouth traffic calming. That project is continuing to advance. And we've identified a little bit additional funding that's needed for construction. This is to cover that. That is a one-time project. And then the Oxford Ped Bridge, again, some additional funding there. It's a one-time project for the pedestrian bridge right there next to the tracks to go over to close that gap. And then we've got the reoccurring program for pavement maintenance by area. That is our current maintenance for paving around the city as we go through each zone year by year. And then we've got the road and bridge, which we will be happy to provide more information on. That is to address specific road and bridge issues. A lot of our bridges, some of the joints and things like that need maintenance from time to time. And it's dependent on the specific bridge, and what we find throughout the year. To that point, the Union Avenue Bridge, that is a bridge that we've continued to see a lot of maintenance needs. We have tried to stabilize it and patch it and get it over through the years, and it's come time to replace the entire bridge deck. So that's what that is. And then last on this list is Union Avenue repaving. Also a pretty big need there to repave Union Avenue. We get a lot of industrial traffic there. The road is in pretty bad shape. We continue to pave and patch as we can with hot mix. Now that we're getting into warmer temps, but the whole road really needs to be rebuilt. The pavement section is just not supporting the traffic load that we're seeing on that roadway.
Thank you very much, Director. Anything else on this?
Nothing else on this. Happy to answer any questions.
Is there an answer to Mr. Haggerty's question that he raised earlier, or is it just additional research?
Yeah, well, we can provide additional written documentation there.
Okay, perfect. We'll go to Member Noonenkamp and then Member Russell. Oh, I did not see your light. I just assumed it was on from the Parks discussion.
For real this time.
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
So I wanted to wait until after Public Works went, because my question is about the way we've separated one time from ongoing requests here. And I think I see the ratios a little differently. There are some items on this list that, to me, speak to one-time expenses. The biggest one is probably the Oxford Ped Bridge. It's a new asset that we're adding to the city. It's construction that would not have taken place otherwise. But particularly in the realm of public works, something like the Union Avenue repaving or the Union Bridge rehabilitation, these are assets that the city owns, that it has a responsibility to maintain, and I would consider those to be more ongoing because it's not a surprise that we need to maintain these things. It's not a surprise that these projects need to be done. These are things that we need to plan for long term. So while the time-based definition is probably as direct or specific of a clear definition as we can get, I think it does muddy the water a little bit as to what we are spending one time and one time only and what we can expect to see on an ongoing basis for years to come.
Yeah. Definitely will consider your comment when we give probably to refine the definition. And then one thing we did is if we didn't see any expenditures on one item for a long time, thinking that probably can be a one-time. But if you see the expenditures increasing for one project, I think that probably is recurring. But definitely we can have more definite definition for each one.
Thank you.
Member Noonenkamp.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for this. I've got a few questions. I want to concur with Mr. Haggerty's recommendation to include what we funded the year previous. Just a column to the left would be very helpful just to have a sense of where we're at. One area where I think that there is a difference is on our pavement maintenance by area, which we have a generous investment from the voters of Inglewood in this area for long-term funding here. With this $1 million ask, in addition to the long-term funding that voters have approved, do we feel like that is going to be sufficient for us this year?
Yes, yeah. The additional support that we're seeing from the voters is in addition to this, and will help not only offset our anticipated increase in cost, but will also allow us to expand our scope of work in each zone as we move through the city.
Wonderful. And also, I noticed in the Tier 2 projects, there is $500,000 for alley paving. Can you speak a little bit to how much does $500,000 get us in an alley paving project?
We're estimating that gets us for an alley that is not paved at all, somewhere between 2 and 3 alleys. We do have multiple alleys within the city, and we have those documented in our asset management software, where we have 25%, 50% paved where developers have come in. And so what we would like to do is find a way to stretch those dollars as much as possible. Maybe we get 2.5 alleys, maximizing those and trying to stand up a program there. And that ultimately will reduce our long-term alley maintenance that you see in the tier 1. Of course, it's a long road, or long alley, maybe, pun intended, to get all the alleys paved to get to that point. So,
Okay, thank you very much.
yes, ma'am.
Member Russell?
Thank you. My one well, I got a couple of questions, but the concrete ADA ramps, it seems like we keep replacing the same ones. Do they keep changing the parameters, or, like, I know there've been some in several areas that they're replacing again?
I'd have to look into the specifics, but the ADA requirements haven't necessarily changed. There are some discussions on adopting something called PROAG, which is a little more, I guess I'll say, ADA compliant with regard to slopes, a little bit flatter, things of that nature. But there haven't been any major updates to ADA. I'd be curious which locations, if we have issues where they've been cracked or damaged or maybe installed incorrectly by, say, a developer, we may have asked them to come back and replace it and do it correctly.
Okay, so I may have to look into where the questions were from. The other problem that people have noticed is when you make the ADA ramp to go down to street level, then when the snow and ice melts and it becomes a sheet of glass in the wintertime, and then it becomes even more dangerous. So is there any way to mitigate that?
That is a great point, and we are looking for opportunities to mitigate that. The challenge is that there's a delta where the curb, the slope coming down from the gutter and the slope from the ramp can't exceed, I believe it's around 11, maybe 12% between the two. So that area really has to flatten out so that a wheelchair doesn't catch as a person in the wheelchair transitions from the gutter onto the ramp itself. We have seen that ponding is an issue, and then of course you get drop out of sediment and dirt and debris kind of fall out because that area is really flat. The water doesn't move very well. So it is certainly a challenge. One of the things, and it goes back to some of our storm infrastructure, is trying to put storm inlets in close proximity to capture that water before it gets to the ramp. That presents its own set of challenges.
Okay, but so the way we can deal with it now is people need to report it when the ponding occurs, or?
Correct, yeah, and if there's an issue there, we can have the streets team come out and take a look at it. If it's debris, street sweeping could potentially pick it up as well.
Okay, thank you. And then on the, and this goes back to carrying projects over. Is the Dartmouth Bridge going to be completed this year in 2023?
The goal is for it to be completed this year. They should be breaking ground here hopefully next month.
Okay, and so it's all paid for. So moving forward with the Union Bridge, the Dartmouth Bridge will be taken care of, right? I mean, I think last year that was part of the discussion because we had waited so long for the Dartmouth Bridge.
Right, yeah, we definitely don't want both bridges down at the same time. That would be problematic.
Okay, I think that's all my questions. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Haggerty and then Member Woodward.
So we've identified a $4.7 million shortfall. What is the likelihood that we will be able to use some of those unappropriated funds or anything from the fund balance? And what should we be planning for as a commission?
This question will really need council's approval on the just staff recommendation, available funding is our recommendation. The purpose tonight is just present the tier 1 for PIF. You can see tier 1 for PIF is 6.37 million already. We want to ask council or community members and board commission, are there any projects in tier 2 or 3 you want to move up to tier 1? Or if there are any projects that in your neighborhood is not on our list you want to bring up. So that's what, let's have this conversation. We all consider all of the projects before we finalize the available funding.
Before we get to that question for members of council, let's go to Member Woodward. Well, actually, Mr. Haggerty, do you have another question outside of that, or?
Maybe just one follow-up from previous question of having the list of what we actually proposed for last year, but then also what was spent. And, you know, we do make some of these cuts and don't always know how that impacts it. So if there are certain items that you're like, hey, you cut this last year, that really impacted us, would be good to know, as again, we're planning this moving forward. So, thank you.
Member Woodward.
Thank you. The alley maintenance of $100,000, does that replace last year's $500,000 contract to do, I think it was a quarter section of the city?
Yes.
So, okay, and so our people will be doing that as needed, as required?
And this may supplement, we may have the contractor jump in if we can't get the stuff in a certain time period.
Okay, thank you on that one. The Union Avenue Bridge, I just want to verify where that is. Is that the one west of Santa Fe, or is that the one on Windermere?
I believe that's the one west of Santa Fe.
Okay, thank you. And then I just wanted to say, if there's going to be alley paving, my neighbors suggested maybe our alley should be the experimental one. We could try that.
Is it 25%? No, I'm just kidding. Thank you for that.
You bet.
I'm not sure exactly who to go to next, but we'll go to Member Russell.
Thank you. I would just like to suggest there's a Tier 1 project that we could remove permanently, and that is the Dartmouth Calming Project, because I don't think we should have it there anyway.
Thank you, Member Russell. We're just going to go down the line. Mayor Pro Tem and then Member Noonekamp.
One of the tier 2 projects that really jumps out at me is the $15 million replace service center facility. And I think that is a conversation that council will need to have. I'll note that I just checked the unaudited financials for the end of 2022, and it looks like we have somewhere in the neighborhood of $9 to $10 million in the unassigned fund balance as of the end of 2022, which would bring us pretty dang close to funding a major project like that. And if we thought about this, maybe not for this year, but for a coming year, it seems like we could, for the first time I can recall in recent history, fund something with cash that has a substantial benefit to the city potentially. Can you talk a little bit more about the needs at the service center and what we're facing there and why this was put on here, noting that we obviously don't have the money for it, but it's something you want us to know is an ongoing need, I assume.
Yeah, great question. I appreciate that. So there were discussions about the service center last year when we had the master developer online for City Center, and how that may all kind of play together. The current needs, the facility is well-aged, I'll say, beyond typical lifespan for buildings. We have multiple buildings that don't have electricity or heat. We are jockeying for space, new equipment. A great example, we just picked up new snowplows. So we're having to kind of move things around to find a place to put these brand new, very expensive tandem axle snowplows, get them sheltered in buildings with electricity so they can plug in and start up during snow events very easily. So, PD's got stuff out there, utilities is out there. A lot of city services are housed out there in these multiple buildings that, probably, I don't know the exact year they date back to, probably 50s, 60s timeframe. So there could be a much better utilization of the space. If you look at it just from an aerial map, there's a lot of space that could be utilized in a more productive manner with a kind of a master plan and new buildings all the way across.
The challenge we have there is that the service center is a place where, by and large, our taxpayers will never set foot. So it just looks like administrative overhead when we ask for it. But I agree, I've been there, and I think it's time for us to discuss in more detail a plan for the future of that facility. So I'm glad to see this on here, although I'm not sure we can figure out a solution for it this year.
Understood, appreciate that.
Member Noonekamp?
Well, I'll start by saying that, Member Russell, while I appreciate your passion for cost cutting. My constituents on Dartmouth would be very upset if we cut the Dartmouth traffic calming project, because that is something that I hear about quite often, the concern about the traffic on that street and the speed of the traffic on that street. My question is about the Union Avenue Bridge project. And is this the full cost of the project? Is there any opportunity for grant funding? Is this our share, or are we paying for all of this?
At the moment, we do not have an identified grant. We would absolutely be looking for those opportunities to leverage dollars. Of course, we do have to be cognizant of, if we're going for federal dollars, those come with certain requirements. And there is a breaking point for where it's actually beneficial, given all the additional paperwork and staff resources and time that has to be sunk into that process. So we will be hunting for those, but this at the moment is the cost.
Okay,
And
that's quite...
an estimated cost, I should say.
Certainly. No, that's quite helpful. I know when we were looking at a lot of the public works projects last year, there were a lot of grant funds kind of on the table that we wanted to make sure that we were able to take full advantage of. And I always find that whenever we can find matching funds or grant funds where we can pay a smaller share, it's incredibly attractive to us when we're making these decisions, which is quite helpful. And then I'm happy to weigh in on Mr. Haggerty's question, just to say that to Mayor Pro Tem's Ward point, we have this decision before us to say, do we invest in projects incrementally, or with a large sum of cash, do we do something larger for the future of the community? I will say that this council has proven incredibly dedicated to investing in the city's infrastructure with those taxpayer dollars, and so depending on which strategy we take is maybe outstanding, but I definitely think that there is a desire to spend the money on behalf of the community.
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
That brings me to my other Tier 2 project. Anytime I see bridge repairs, I think Tier 1 right away. I don't know, I think we had an inventory done recently on bridges, but there's been a lot of talk about safety. And, generally speaking, I'm confident when I drive across any bridge that it's not going to collapse. But I do worry about the ongoing maintenance of our bridges and the condition of our bridges. And some more information on that, I think, would be helpful to us as we're making decisions in the future. But we see $500,000 as a Tier 2 request in 2024. What would we expect that to pay for as far as a bridge repair is concerned? The word repair, I think, is what I'm seizing on here. If a bridge needs to be repaired, it seems like it needs to be repaired now. Like, do it right now.
Well, and there, yeah, thank you. Good question. So there's a couple different levels of repair. So absolutely, if it's an urgent repair, we're going to repair it. We're not going to wait for it to get worse. This is more in line of kind of preventative maintenance, where you recognize, hey, there's a repair. We can leave it as is, knowing that down the road it's going to cost more and it may cause downstream issues that increase the cost as we go, whether that's sealing joints or things of that nature. Adjusting abutments, getting things like that fixed. So we're happy to provide that additional information to you. But yeah, certainly know that if there's a pending repair that is detrimental, we will be repairing it right away.
Are we responsible for all of our bridges in the city, or are there bridges that we're not?
There are several that we're not.
Okay.
Some of them are CDOT, just as an example. The Broadway Bridge over Hampden is actually a CDOT asset, not a city asset.
And do we still inspect it even though it's not a city asset?
CDOT inspects it, and we keep eyes on it as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Member Newnham, light still on? Nope. Mr. Haggerty?
Yeah. So there are projects that we funded in the last few years that kind of stalled out a little bit. And are there options to reallocate any of those funding as we wait for either additional funding? And the Hampden Bridge kind of popped in my head as the, one of the projects that is, I understand it, at least on hold for right now.
So on the Hampden Bridge project, we have federal funds matching. We have met the obligation date for Dr. Cog, so those funds are secure for the moment. We have approximately 1 to 2 years to find additional funding, whether that's an additional grant, city resources, things of that nature, to move it forward. So I would be hesitant to reallocate it until we have exhausted all options to hunt for those additional funds. If they are reallocated, I think that probably opens up a bigger question on what are we doing with the grant.
Well, then maybe along those lines, are there additional funds that we need to allocate to that project to help close that gap?
Potentially, yes.
Is that, I don't think I saw that in here. Was that a request that was made?
It is not a request that's made. I don't believe it's on the list at the moment.
Thank you.
It's a good question. So I probably would have brought it up as well, so. Any further questions from council? All right. I think we're done with that section. I don't have anything to add on the tier 2, tier 3s. I think Mayor Pro Tem kind of covered all of that, so.
Okay, thank you. Then I will move to the capital project fund.
Actually, do you mind if I ask a question? I should have asked this. So when there's not a dollar amount within 2024, so there's several tier 2s, tier 3s mostly that don't have 2020. Is it because it's just not a higher priority and so we can wait till 2025? Or is it just not project ready, I guess, in a sense?
It's a little bit of both. So what we did when we went through here and allocated the funding, particularly in the tier 2, tier 3, were kind of the anticipated need for that and how they may align with other projects, whether that's paving in that zone, other anticipated projects, bridge replacement, bridge repair, grant projects, things like that. So trying to get those all to weave in so that we have a logical starting point for each of those projects.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
We'll move to capital project fund. The capital project funds, you can see the beginning estimated funding balance and ending balance. And also you can see the designated funds for project completion. The 3.4 million represents the balance of current outstanding projects, including the grants reimbursed to us. So the estimated unappropriate fund balance, if we spend down complete every project for 2024, we have 685,000. The funding source for capital projects funds is a little bit different. The funding source is from the transfer in from general fund or public improvement fund. So here's a tier 1 list from information technology, parks and rec, library, golf, public works. So is Director King here online?
I'm online.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Let me pull this up. So for line item 1, we have the badge system, the card access system for buildings. We have had some issues with our security vendor. They've done some upgrades, and the badge system has had some undesired results. And some of the biggest concerns is our PD is on this card system. What this actually includes is about 204 doors to retrofit 204 doors to a new system and bring the system in-house. Next item would be Freedom of Information Act request portal, basically query requests. We are seeing an increase in query requests from PD and at the city clerk's office, and we want to try to automate as much as we possibly can. Number 3, network development. That is a program that we use these funds to continually do upgrades in our data centers, our networks. We have a few projects, a few PD servers that need to be replaced. We have cellular service that we need to upgrade at the PD. And then Wi-Fi 6E that's coming that we need to be starting to support. And then our regular PC replacement program. Next is getting all of our PCs, all the ones that are going end of life that we need to replace. And then the last item, the big ticket item here is a phone system replacement. We had an issue this year where Cisco is changing our licenses, and it's forcing us to go down a direction that we don't want to go. We don't believe Cisco is going to do what they did this year to allow us to keep it. Next year, they're probably going to force us to do where we don't want to go down with our phone system. This year, they did lock us out of our system, but we finally got it all back after some negotiations. So those are the tier 1 items for IT.
Any questions from council? Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I'll start with the badge system. I'm not clear on why we need to change the hardware. Isn't a lot of that hardware pretty like commercial off the shelf standard stuff?
No, it's vendor specific. So a lot of the cards would have to be changed out and some upgrades on the readers, but a lot of the door hardware would not have to be changed out. In order to do this, we figured it would be about $3,800 per door to do. And this would include Civic Center, PD, Malley, Rec Center, and Pirates Cove. So it's including 5 buildings.
And have we sent that out for bid or shopped it around? It seems like I just feel like we should be able to find another solution. When I think about the fact that the hardware installed at the PD is less than 5 years old, it's a little difficult for me to swallow $725,000.
From what I can see, and some of the security vendors that we've actually talked to, from the vendor that we are using this outsourced system, that is actually end of life and it's hard to get hardware for. That's what I've been told. And yes, I do understand it. It's less than 5 years old at the PD on there. And we haven't shopped it around because when we do this process, there will be an RFP process to go find out what's the best choice, what's the secure solution that we need to.
Okay. My second item is somewhat nitpicky, but it matters to me, so I'm going to bring it up. And that's the FOIA request portal. I would strongly prefer that to say CORA, Colorado Open Records Act request portal, because that's the law that applies in Colorado and related to the city of Inglewood.
We'll make that change.
That's all. Thank you.
Member Noonekamp.
Thank you for the presentation. I have 2 questions, one around the badge system and one around the phone system. Both of these are obviously hardware related and I think reasonable improvements, and obviously we want to ensure that safety is a top priority. And the future of this building continues to be an open question as the city council pursues the development of this city center area. And I'm curious, have we checked to see if some of this new hardware that we would be investing in could be transferred if we were ever to leave this building?
If they're still on the market and still supported, there is the ability to transfer those to the new building. There just have to be a transition plan of how we do that to a brand new building.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Haggerty?
Thank you, Mr. King. Are any of these items able to be split between years? So we can fund part of it now, part of it next year, or are these things that have to happen within this next year? Specifically, the badge system and the phone system, I think, would be the 2 key.
We believe that the both systems need to be replaced next year, just from the severities that we've been experiencing this year. And we could not just split the systems up. We would have to change the whole system.
Anything else, Mr. Haggerty? So, Director King, regarding the phone systems, we're going to be looking at other vendors outside of just Cisco, right?
Oh yeah, there's tons of vendors out there. The plan is to go do an RFP out there and get people from the departments to actually really, find out what these systems look like, and then also integrations with our computers. Our main goal is to integrate with our computers and also support our dispatch center, because we can't really go to a cloud system just because there's this 99.9% downtime, which equates to about 4 hours of downtime, which our dispatch can't have.
Okay, perfect. And then just a question, so if we're looking at the portal, this is just for the cost of the licensing. There's obviously a cost for the implementation of it as well, right? And I guess that would be true for a lot of these items. With a new
money there. Sorry.
Go ahead, Director King.
So the one that we looked at, we'll be evaluating different vendors, but this particular vendor that includes the cost of implementation. But then since there's an ongoing cost every year, so that includes all the licenses and everything. So There's other vendors out there. They're still kind of going through the vetting process of other vendors of what they would prefer to have.
Okay, so this is just for budgetary purposes. Obviously, in the first year, that would be higher because of the implementation, but then each subsequent year would be lower, if I'm understanding that right.
The vendor that we actually looked at, the implementation, everything was all included with the licensing year after year after year.
Okay, so that's just one vendor though, but okay. Thanks for that.
Correct.
Any other questions? All right, thank you, Director King. Director Underhill.
All right, so we're requesting $50,000 annually moving forward for the Emerald Ash Borer Mitigation Program. And this is utilized to treat our ash trees in our parks, as well as we have the EAB subsidy program where citizens can apply to either treat or remove ash trees. Up to $500 is a grant that we'll be able to provide. So that's ongoing funding. We know EAB is in Colorado. We just don't know when it's going to get to Inglewood, and the goal is to be proactive in the approach to treat our trees and save our trees. And then the second item is art in public places, and that is something that our Cultural Arts Commission utilizes year after year to acquire new art as well as maintain art in our system. And in 1998, the council approved funding for art in public places for 1% of the capital projects fund to fund our art programs, and that's definitely utilized year after year.
Any questions for Director Underhill? Member Russell.
Thank you. So on the Emerald Ash Borer money, is that mostly for private citizens? And are we taking care of the ash trees in our parks and public areas also?
Yes, that's correct. So it's not only to treat our trees in our parks and public spaces, but it's also for our residents to utilize the $500 subsidy to either treat or remove an ash tree on their private property.
Okay, and what is the requirement if a citizen wants to apply for that?
We actually have a great website. Evan Anderson is our arborist, and he is excellent in helping our residents determine if they have an ash tree and then what the next steps are if they should treat the ash tree, maybe if it needs to be removed, and then also giving recommendations for a new tree to plant.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any other questions? All right. Back to Director Raphael.
Yes, thank you. So for Public Works, we have 100,000, and it's a reoccurring program. Bumps up to 150 in 2025 for ADA compliance projects, and that's specific to ADA compliance projects, not ramps per se. And then next we have facilities and operations. It's kind of a big number there. We do have multiple facilities within the city that need a substantial amount of work, whether that's roofs, boilers. We also have some energy efficiency, depending on the audit, kind of rolled into that, ramping up in 2025. Again, trying to make our facilities more efficient and last as long as possible. And then last, we anticipate in 2025 and moving forward, we may have some security enhancements at the Civic Center and the Rec Center. Not necessarily allied, but these are more like physical type improvements and things.
Any questions for Director Raphael? Member Nooncamp.
Thank you. Can you speak a little bit about the Tier 2 project for the facility backup generators?
Yes, currently our facilities, with the exception of PD, do not have backup generators. So if the power goes down, that facility goes down. So there's no backup power at the Rec Center, at the Service Center, at Malley. Only PD currently has a backup generator.
And can you walk us through some of the impacts that might happen in that situation?
Yeah, the biggest concern is in the event of a severe event where we need to activate the Emergency Operations Center and support that. The Emergency Operations Center is generally run out of PD, which has the backup, but the Service Center does not. So bay doors, heaters on trucks, if we needed to operate equipment, fuel pumps, all those kinds of things would be inoperable if the power were to go down.
That's helpful. This is one that it's a large amount, but seems compelling. I can picture an example where we have a winter storm where we lose power and then we can't get our plows out of the bays and we can all follow that through. Aware that it's a heavy price tag, but that one seems like a concern that we might want to consider elevating.
Thank you, Member Noonan-Camp. Anyone else? Mr. Haggerty.
Thank you. For the facility and operations, is there an actual capital project that's coming out of there? Is that just ongoing maintenance? Is there a reason why that would come out of these capital project funds as opposed to something else?
It's a little bit of both. So it's ongoing maintenance with some, no specific capital projects coming out of it. But we have the biggest thing in here from a cost perspective is really going to be mostly roofs and window replacements and things of that nature.
Anything else? All right. I think we're done with this section. Thank you very much. Oh, go ahead, Member Woodward.
Yeah, I'm just curious on that facility backup generators and the service center. As I recall, I think we have solar over there.
Yes, there is solar on the roof.
So if we did solar charging or solar batteries and charge those batteries completely, wouldn't we have backup off those batteries? I know that they're utilizing battery backup now. I mean, they've come to that technology with solar, so I'm just curious if we could have a backup.
That could be a possibility. I'm not sure. It would obviously depend on the draw, and the age of the batteries. Older batteries won't hold the charge as long, and then depending on what you needed to do, if you needed to power the fuel pumps, for instance, it may not be wired up to support that. It may be purely the electrical inside the main building, which would be beneficial, but wouldn't accomplish everything that we'd be trying to do.
Yeah, I would think if we did battery backup, we would have to rewire. I mean, wire it to where you need it in the event of an emergency where it went down.
Right. I think the other challenge with the battery backup is the length of the event. Generally speaking, a generator can be refueled pretty easily, but if it's a snow event or a major rain event, if the solar panels are covered and we're not able to recharge the batteries, we could be in a situation where those last maybe say 12, 24 hours and then they go
I'm thinking
down.
this would be short term, and
Sure.
so you wouldn't be looking at days of it or something.
Right.
Yeah. Just a question.
Sure. And we're happy to look into that further.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Solar backup isn't something that I support. It costs more for a less reliable form of backup power. So if I'm the one casting the deciding vote, I wouldn't spend a lot of time investigating that option. I just think traditional backup power, for the reasons you've indicated previously, is the way to go.
Thank you. Anything else? All right. Thank you, directors. Next section.
Yeah. Next section is all related to Public Works Department, Stormwater Drainage Fund, Concrete Utility Fund, Service Center Fund, and SERF. The stormwater, we have total Tier 1 request 21.1 million. We're going to use some debt issued revolving loan to pay for those projects.
All right, so for stormwater, we got a couple of programs and projects. So first up is similar to what we're doing currently this year. We're surveying and mapping all of our storm sewers. We did all north of Hamden. We'd be doing south of Hamden is that first one. Next up, we've got the old Hamden Avenue project. Stormwater there. That is to prep for complete streets coming down the road, improve our storm infrastructure in there and capacity along that corridor. Again, it's a one-time project. Next up, we've got the repair and rehabilitate the existing storm sewer. We have found through the cleaning and inspection a couple of collapsed pipes. We anticipate that that'll be an ongoing thing. Our system is very old, and as we continue to monitor it, we expect to have to repair and rehabilitate. Next up is the South Inglewood Drainage Way. That's a 50-50 match with Mile High Flood District. They're matching our dollars, dollar for dollar, as we improve that drainage way. And then last on the list for Tier 1 is the South Inglewood Stormwater Improvements. As Director Loh mentioned, that is a loan matching there as well. That's the detention pond and pipe improvements down in that corridor for flood mitigation.
Thank you, Director. Any questions from council? Actually, I had more of a question for the Tier 2 Harvard Gulch Master Plan. So is Denver ready to go on that? We've been waiting on Denver, so.
I believe we are still waiting on Denver.
Okay. Good answer. All right, anyone else on this section? Mr. Haggerty.
Just a quick question on the Old Hampton Avenue project. What's the timing on the actual roadway component of it? And I guess, can this get pushed, as we're trying to figure out what items can slide? Is this one that can slide, or is that one coming right on the heels here?
It's coming right on the heels. This is kind of a make-ready project, and we're teaming with utilities. We're also trying to get some water line upgrades done at the same time. We only want to tear the roadway up once and have it ready for complete streets.
Anything else? Go ahead, Member Russell.
Thank you. Are we doing any stormwater projects on the south side of Bellevue, on Clarkson Street?
A good question. I
And-
don't believe so at the moment. There is a water and sand district that I believe is doing some improvements down there actively at the moment.
Okay, so it could be sanitary sewer, right, instead of storm?
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
They are actively working in that area, to my knowledge.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you so much, Director.
Next one, concrete utility fund.
All right, this one's short and sweet. So we got sidewalk repair by area. This is an ongoing program in the concrete utility. And then we've got, similar to that, the ongoing curb and gutter repair throughout the city that are funded through the concrete utility.
Any questions from council? Mr. Haggerty?
Just another request that if we could get what we budgeted last year and how much was spent would be helpful for us as we're planning.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anything else? All right, on to the next section.
The Civic Center Fund.
So for this one, service center building upgrades, given the age of the buildings that we mentioned, this is kind of ongoing upgrades and needs there, whether it's garage door openers, heaters, things of that nature, to the service center building.
Any questions?
Oh, as well as a women's locker room, I guess I should add.
Mayor Pro Tem?
This speaks a little bit to Member Noonenkamp's earlier reference to this building that we're in, and also to bring the conversation full circle. Recognizing that this building does need some ongoing maintenance. I might not use the word upgrade if we're looking at replacing a building. Just a semantics thing. I don't know how much money I want to invest in upgrading a building that we might be scraping in, the next 5 years. So I appreciate the explanation of what it is, and I'm comfortable with the 115, in 2024, but I think we might be having a different discussion in 2025.
Agreed, and thank you. We're very sensitive to that. We don't want to invest a bunch of money if we know we're going to be replacing the asset. So there's definitely a balance there of time and value. So thank you.
All right, anything else? Next section.
Estimated funding balance and request.
Director Loh, your mic.
Okay, estimated funding balance and request for 2024.
So SURF is our replacement for vehicles. We do expect to hopefully receive multiple vehicles that we have ordered and have been long delayed. We've started to see those come in, and the balance reflects that.
Any questions from council? Mayor Protem?
How do our SURF expenditures from year to year compare to the amount of money that we're taking in? Every time we do a vehicle purchase, they explain to us that, we're funding the SURF in an amount that we believe is sufficient to account for replacement. But what's the current fund situation in SURF, and are we maintaining enough money to make these purchases, or are we going to need to allocate funds from a different source in order to get those done?
Great question. So currently there is enough fund balance available to fund our purchases. Some of it is not appropriated. We do anticipate, specific to this year, bringing forward a budget amendment, probably Q3, primarily because we've received a bunch of vehicles. Again, great example is the snowplow trucks. We received those this year. We ordered them a year and a half, 2 years ago. So they were budgeted back then, that went away, and now we got to reappropriate to cover the balance. We are looking to maintain a low floor, I'll say, in the budget moving forward, so that we don't have a lot of problems or any issues with budget. So at the moment, we don't anticipate any issues based on forecasts and the costs that we're seeing regionally.
The other thing that's somewhat related to SURF is a couple of years ago, we entered into a leasing program. Do we have any information on the outcomes of that? I've noticed that we've moved away from that, and we're moving back towards outright purchase of vehicles, which leads me to believe that perhaps that program wasn't such a success. But I'm curious if we have any lessons learned, or what our strategy is for the future on that.
I unfortunately do not have any information on that. I do have Chris Edelstein here with me. Chris, I don't know if you're familiar with that one. I can speak to that.
Yeah, so we did have a pilot. We ended up getting 5 vehicles. Originally, we had proposed, I think, 24. That was before my time. We did cut that back to make sure, just do the pilot program, see how that worked out. Enterprise was very delayed in getting us some of those vehicles, so we're still getting that in, taking a look at the data, what we're spending on the maintenance of those. So we're still undergoing that pilot program right now.
Great, thank you.
Any further questions? All right. Next section. Oh.
Yeah, water and sewer fund.
Thank you, Director.
We're gonna put Director Van Ryn on a timer, see if he can
I was
break
going to
his
say,
record.
you're still on the clock.
Yeah.
I was assured I was going to have 45 minutes. So.
There's a water fund, estimated funding balance, 8.7 million, assuming we can finish all the project. And a request for tier 1, 28.6 million. For water fund, they have multiple funding sources, debt, vehicle. So Director Van Ryn.
Okay, so this is our set of capital projects for the water fund. This is implementing the findings of the 2020 master plan, and it's focusing on the areas that, as we gain more knowledge of the specific areas that were originally identified in the master plan, we're shifting around the priorities based on what we're finding as we get more intelligence about different systems. I think the one that I'll highlight at the top there, which is the operations complex, that's to complement the work that was shown. The 15 million is a tier 2 project for the public. Director Rochelle talked about. We actually need to do some work because right now utilities is in 4 different trailers in 2 of the sites, and so we are going to make some improvements at the Allen Water Treatment Plant, which we're doing this year, which is number 2 up there, which will carry over into 2024. But you can see that number of 9.5 million, and when you add the sewer fund portion of that, it totals about 12 million. We think, given what's happening with the Civic Center and the fact that there isn't really funding to do a complete comprehensive overhaul of the service center right now, we're going to make incremental improvements to get ourselves out of trailers, but in a way that doesn't cause us to invest a whole bunch of money that will become a stranded asset in 5 years. It'll be something that will complement whatever works long term. So I think that's probably the one that we're most right now. We're showing 9.5 million. It'll be significantly less than that. Other than that, everything else is really just continuing on with the improvements identified. City ditch piping, you can see, really ramps up in 24, 25, and 26. That's one of our primary projects. So then we move on to lead service lines. So this is our program that we've been working on trying to figure out how to fund. And so back in 2020, when we talked about the financial models that we put together, this was funded at $1 million a year, which is not enough to remove all the lead service lines. We think the total estimate right now is about 80 million to remove them all. The best way to mitigate the lead exposure in the system is to remove the lines. That's based on Denver Water's analysis over the last 6 years that they've been studying and implementing their program. So we're trying to figure out how to do that. The first step was to incorporate part of it into WIFIA funding, which is where you see that 5 million and that 14 million. So the 5 million is an amount that we had originally budgeted in the capital, and then the 14 million we added and we wrapped that all into the WIFIA program, which means we need to come up with a matching amount. So the matching amount is where we've been targeting the SRF, and this is the infrastructure money. And so the infrastructure money that came out of the infrastructure bill last year, right now we are, Sarah's working on the application for that, which right now is $70 million, 70 million. And you can see right now in the 5-year time frame, we're showing 58 million. So that money is 50% or 48% grant, so principal forgiveness, and 52% loan. What we are working on right now with our financial models is how to fund that loan part, which as we get into the late 2020s and 2030s, we need to figure out a different funding mechanism to basically pay for the debt service on that. That is if we want to do an accelerated lead removal program, which is what we're negotiating with the state right now. So we still think we're a year and a half off of fully proposing what we think the program options could look like for that. But that's the thing that now we're finding the money. Now we got to figure out how to incorporate it into the financial plans, realizing that when we take on more debt, we have more debt service that we have to figure out. It's the first time we've really talked about it in that comprehensive approach, because the infrastructure money is actually becoming available for us. But there'll be much more to come on that over the next year and a half as we figure out what we want to do for a program. And I think that's it for the water fund.
All right, any questions for the director on the water fund? Nope. All right, go ahead, Director Van Ryn.
Okay, sewer fund, you can see the starting balance and the ending balance. The 29 million, that's Englewood's portion of basically funding South Platte Renew is the bulk of that. We also have incorporated into that a drawdown for some WIFIA funding. I think right now it's budgeted at 7.5 million. We think we can actually draw down less than 7.5 million. The great thing about WIFIA is if we don't draw on it, we don't pay interest on it. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to push out as much of the draw as far as we can, so that we're delaying the interest accruing on it. And then what we'll do is towards the end of the WIFIA loan, we'll pull that money in, which will then help fund further improvements necessary at South Platte. It's really given the state of the sewer fund when I got here to where it is today, the WIFIA funding mechanism has provided tremendous stability for that fund now. And you can see right now our fund balances are far better than they were 5 years ago when I first started. You can see here the bulk of the funding is from a capital perspective is the 50-50 split with SPR, and then we talked about the ops complex, and then just ongoing manhole and sewer replacements.
Any questions for Director Van Ryn? Go ahead, Member Russell.
Thank you. It's not really about this. It is about the sewer project that's going on over on Clarkson. Is that for sanitary sewer? It's south of Bellevue.
South of Bellevue
On
on Clarkson. That sounds like that would be in South Englewood Sanitation District, which would not be us.
Okay, would not be us. So, I
think
mean,
if that's
originally
right.
Denver Water was replacing water lines over there, but I think there's
Yeah.
also more going on out there.
Yeah, that South Englewood Sanitation District line kind of runs that ridge that runs to the northwest, sort of along Quincy. And if you're south of there, that's South Englewood Sanitation, so they handle that capital. They have a sewer lining program that they are now moving into all the city mains that are within their district, and so they'll be relining all those mains over the next, I think it's a 14-year program.
Okay, thank you very much.
Member Nunekamp.
This is more of a comment. I just wanted to say I really appreciate how you have identified which of these funds are being funded through WIFIA money. And it's incredible to see how much resource coming into the community through that. So again, kudos for that. But that's incredibly helpful for us as we're looking at this. So thanks.
Any further questions?
I'll deflect that over to Sarah because she's probably the one that's made sure that that's happening.
Well, thank you, Sarah. No further questions. New hat. New hat, new timer.
Yep, new hat, I think, as long as oh, there we go. South Platte Renew. So this is just a summary of the ongoing projects that we have with all the processes out there and the ongoing investment in those processes. This is essentially what we've put together for our request for 2024 through 2028. You can see, I mean, they're all specific processes and upgrades, and we move from process to process based on needs. We're also going through a full master planning process again this year, so we hit the 5-year mark, and so now we're going to go through and do a comprehensive reevaluation of the master plan, which I think is going to help really dial in some of this this next 5 years, because a lot of this information is based on the 2018 master plans, and so it's a really good programmatic approach for utility when every 5 years we're doing a comprehensive relook at the master plans. The main thing that I would point out in here is the grand totals. I think is probably the most significant. So the grand totals, what we try to do is we try to keep that pretty stable. So you can see it's 17 million in 2024. It goes to 15.5, then goes to 13, 11, then 16. What we'll probably end up doing is we're still looking to figure out where we can delay starts on things, maybe delay the timing on some of these projects to smooth that out so that you don't quite get those $17 million spikes for next year. Keep that more in the 15 to 16 range, and then what that does is it slowly pushes out that 15 into 13 into 11 as you get to 25, 26, 27. So that's our goal as we strategically look at this over a 5-year period, is how we can time those projects so that we don't cause a rate shock because there's some major project need.
Any questions from council? Oh, you got off easy.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Director. And thank you, Deputy Director Loh. Director Loh?
I'll have one more item from Deputy City Manager Dodd. We'll revisit the prioritization tool.
Thanks, Director Loh. I'll go through this quickly. So this is what City Council saw last week. This is our proposal for a prioritization process and program and tool for this year. Council did request that this be given to the boards and commissions that do a review, and so this is why this is a part of this slide this evening. It was a part of the packet as well. After checking in with council, we did make 2 changes. Number 1 is Council Member Woodward suggested that we use urgency as a tiebreaker, so we did add that, and then several council members did ask for us to add something to the tool to basically ask, not as a scoring item, but to ask how long the project would be. I also wanted to emphasize, as I mentioned last time, that we're going to be working with a consultant. We're very proud of the fact that this was a homegrown initiative. However, we want to make sure that we're also vetting it, and so the consultant will help us go through this year to see how it's working, and then make recommendations for the future. One of the things based on the feedback that we received from you last week is we would like the consultant to help us figure out how to measure long-term impact. That was something that we heard loud and clear from council. It's something that I think will take some time to do, but we definitely want to work with the consultant to help do that over time. So just as a reminder, we're doing this to create a systematic approach. As I talked about last week, we talked about the process last week. Just wanted to emphasize the board and commission review. So the way it'll work is departments will start the review very quickly. We will then have an internal review committee, and then the scores that were given by the department and by the review committee will be sent to the 5 boards and commissions for feedback based on those reviews. Then it will come to you for your final decision in June. So we talked about the review committee last week. We talked about the scoring last week, had a robust discussion on that. And then thank you to Finance for putting in the scoring tool, which was also in the packet. And then we talked about the timeline last week as well. And I just reminded everyone that is June is when we'll come back to you after we'll go through that review process.
But even earlier for the boards and commissions though, right? Starting next month. Okay, perfect. Any questions from council or members of the boards?
Just real quick, so you'll come to the boards to be able to discuss this prioritization tool?
Yeah, so we thought that this, just because we don't have a lot of time this year, this meeting was really meant to be the opportunity for the 5 boards and commissions to weigh in on the tool itself. However, we will be coming to the boards and commissions with the filled out tool for the different projects to get your feedback.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions? All right, I think that completes the evening tonight. Anything else from you, Director Loh?
Thank you for your time, and thanks to the members of board, commissioner committees. Thank you for your feedback.
Yeah, definitely appreciate your time, boards and commission members. We kept you out to a late evening, so I appreciate you guys making time. This time tomorrow, I will be asleep, so I would have been asleep an hour ago, or will be asleep an hour earlier tomorrow night, but I appreciate that. And Director Rochelle, I want to apologize. When we first met, you gave me leeway in how to pronounce your name. Raphael was not one of them. So I do apologize for misstating your name earlier, but thank you for that. And with that, I think we are now on to reports from boards and commissions. Mr. Haggerty, anything you want to add, or, okay, sorry. Any reports from boards or commissions? All right. Council members' choice. Go ahead, Member Russell.
Thank you. It was brought to my attention this last week that I did ask for a town hall meeting, and I think there may have been some misunderstanding. I went to a meeting over in Lakewood where Randall O'Toole gave a presentation, and Natalie Minton also gave a presentation. And some of the citizens that were at that meeting really wanted to have them come here, and I actually have had a couple of incredibly busy weeks, and I said if they wanted to arrange it, I would sponsor it. And so it's come to my attention that you all need to weigh in, because apparently it appeared as though it wasn't mine totally. It probably wasn't. They wanted to do it. And so I guess I need you to weigh in on whether you're going to approve to waive the city fees or not.
Thank you for that, Member Russell. City Manager Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to give a little bit more context, when the request originally came in, we were thinking it was from Mrs. Wright. Certainly, if council is sponsoring this as a town hall meeting, I think we can, waive the fee for that. But anytime that we have a request from a private citizen to waive fees, if it's not a registered nonprofit that's here in Inglewood, we can't waive those fees without council approval. So that's why this is coming for you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I think this is part of a little bit larger discussion, and I probably precipitated at least part of this, because the request I heard, as Member Russell indicates, was to give the community room over for an event sponsored by some citizens. For me, that's substantially different than from giving it over for a council member having a town hall, which I personally have done. So it'd be the height of hypocrisy for me to say that Member Russell is not entitled to do the same thing when I've done that myself, regardless of what guests she wants to bring. The question at issue for me was actually the use of or potential use of city facilities free of charge for something that would be a form of political advocacy. And there's a line here that's pretty gray where that's concerned. I did have a conversation with Ms. Minton, who's one of the attendees at this town hall earlier this week. I know her from my previous travels with state government, and some of what she wishes to discuss is in the realm of advocacy related to pending ballot initiatives and pending state legislation, some of which we've discussed as a body. But that was the source of my concern, which is why I contacted the city attorney and said, I just want to make sure we're in good shape here and we're conforming with our normal policies and procedures. That said, I don't have any concerns about Member Russell sponsoring this particular town hall, being present. I intend to attend myself, just so that I can observe the conversation and potentially participate in it as well. And having spoken with Ms. Minton, I think she understands that it puts us in a difficult position if she engages in outright advocacy, but she is an expert on certain legislation that's coming down, along with certain ballot initiatives that have been introduced in the current initiative cycle. And to the extent that she can share some of that expertise with the public, I don't see the harm.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. City Manager or Member Russell, what is the fee for the room? Okay.
For the public, that's $150 an hour.
Okay, thank you. Member Newnenkamp?
I'm just curious with the city attorney, do we have any rules or regulations around political speech in town halls using public property?
We authorize political speech in our public spaces if people rent them. For example, anybody can rent the community room for $150 an hour, and what they do in here is not, if it's not illegal, it's fine with us. We don't regulate the content. Was that specific? Did that answer your question?
Yes, it did. I agree with the Mayor Pro Tem. I think as a member of council, if Member Russell wants to host a town hall and be present for it and use this space for a policy position, I think that that's within the bounds, the way that I understand them and from what I've just heard. And I've already let Mrs. Wright know that unfortunately I can't attend. I'll be out of town, but look forward to hearing about how it goes.
Yeah, I guess I'll weigh in. Member Russell, if you're going to be sponsoring, then I'm fine with waiving the fee as well. So I have no problem with that aspect of it. So I think we have majority, but Member Woodward?
Yeah. I'm not going to be able to attend and continue on as far as I know. Politically, I know I don't agree with these people. Policy-wise, I don't know what they're presenting, so.
Thank you. Thank you very much to council. And I mean, I don't know how many council members are coming, but we probably should post it as a public meeting. Thank you.
That probably makes sense. I haven't decided whether or not I can make it because Saturday has quite a few items on the agenda, so which I'll be covering here in a second. Anything else for you, Member Russell?
No, thank you.
Okay, perfect. I'll weigh in next. So just a few items. Many of you should have received an email from, I think we all did, from the governor's office regarding setting up a meeting for the land use meeting. It's a really hard week for me to get together with them. The only time that actually works for me would be Wednesday at 1 p.m. We haven't responded back to the governor's office, but I just wanted to bring this to your attention, whether or not it's okay for me just to join, if others want to join as well. Basically, I'm not sure what questions they're going to ask, but obviously we kind of took a stand last week in terms of preemption and the Senate Bill 213, but just wanted to just see if anybody can make the 1 p.m. as well. If so, we may have to post a meeting because there potentially could be 3 of us or more, but just wanted to bring it to everyone's attention. Wednesday at 1 p.m. is, and we just said that, or I guess did Krista just respond back? I think Krista responded to the governor's office that we're going to be talking about it tonight. Wednesday, 1 p.m. is potentially the only time that would work for me, but that's not to say that other times will work for everyone. And obviously with it being Wednesday, gives us time to actually post a meeting as well, so. Member Noonkemp.
I'm open to having the conversation. I cannot make any of the times that they sent, unfortunately. It might be a situation where those who want to respond, we can do so individually, but I think trying to get everyone aligned this week would be very challenging.
Potentially, do you want to turn on your mic? So yeah, but yes, it's going to be a Zoom meeting. It wouldn't be in person. That would definitely not work for my schedule, but Zoom meeting potentially could work for me. Mayor Pro Tem.
Looks like I'm available Wednesday at 1. And I would like to be a part of that meeting if it's not going to be a problem.
Okay. Perfect. So we'll try to set up for Wednesday at 1 p.m. I guess we'll post it and make the governor's office aware of that. And if anything changes, I'll definitely alert city manager to alert everyone that the meeting is being, rescheduled. Go ahead, Member Russell.
Will the meeting be available for the public to observe?
Potentially, we're gonna have to figure that out. So yes, we'll have to post it and we'll have to make it available to the public.
Okay, thank you.
All right. I have a council request. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
I was just waiting for my turn. So
Okay. So a couple more items. Mayor Pro Tem, I think you received this email as well regarding child care requirements from a citizen. It came earlier tonight. Actually, I do want to understand the child care requirements within the city of Inglewood. I do understand the concern of, I believe she is a constituent, that child care costs are very expensive. And I know that they're just running into an issue in terms of just available space in the city. So I just want to understand what it is that we require for buildings, where they can go, or excuse me, where child care facilities can go, what those requirements are. I'd like to have a larger conversation about that potentially, just based on the answers to the council requests. So I think this has come up in the past. I know there's probably state regulations around childcare as well, but just understanding what our regulations are for placement. And then lastly, I do want to, one of the items that's going on Saturday is that just heard the news that, or read the news that Twin Dragon is going to be closing, which is really unfortunate. It seems to be an institution within the city of Inglewood. Obviously, Ms. Shu Jefferson, and obviously our former mayor and current municipal judge, Joe Jefferson's restaurant. They're going to be holding an event on Saturday. To me, it's more of a thank you for being part of the community. They're going to be hosting it between 1 and 4 on Saturday. I'm definitely going to stop by. I know that it's been a restaurant that I've frequented over the years. I'm happy for Ms. Jefferson for actually now retiring and enjoying the golden years of her life. So, but I do want to thank them for what they meant to the city of Inglewood. A lot of people obviously are very familiar with Twin Dragon. So definitely going to miss them. And if you're able to attend on Saturday, please do so between 1 and 4 on Saturday. So that is it for me, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I got to visit with a class from the Inglewood Middle School today in their classroom to talk to them about our youth advisory board. Member Noonekamp was with me in the morning when we talked to their student council officers, and then as was Deputy City Manager Dodd. And then at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I returned to the classroom to the full class of student council students and talk to them about some things they like about the city, some things that sometimes are problematic for them about the city. A lot of talk among the students about community and about neighbors and about the things that make us feel really good about living in Inglewood. And I think that speaks a lot to our city events and the investment we made in the neighborhood relations program, and some of the ongoing investments we're making in building community in the city. Even our young constituents really appreciate those programs. So we're hoping to see some future city leaders come out of this program, and I hope that we get at least a few signups. I don't know if Mr. Dodd has anything else to offer, but I was really grateful to have him with me in the afternoon, so I didn't have to fly solo. And I know the students who were treated to member Noonan Camp's introduction at 8 o'clock really missed her at 2 o'clock. But overall, it was a great experience, and I'm glad that we were able to do it, and I hope that we get to visit some of the high schools soon.
Did they bring up anything about charter amendments?
They
Anything
did
about that?
not.
No?
They did not. No, it wasn't that in the weeds.
You did great. The only thing I wanted to add is what I added at the end of the class, which is just trying to make a plug for anyone watching or anyone who's interested to apply. I have not checked this week to see if we've gotten any applicants. We haven't as of last week. And so I thought the discussion was phenomenal, but it will be even more powerful if those voices join or apply to join the board. So
You're hoping they're watching now? Is that what you're?
well,
was
their
that the comment?
parents or somebody or who knows.
We also got some great feedback in the afternoon session from the middle schoolers about splitting into age groups. One of the suggestions was to actually actively split into 4 age groups, with 7th and 8th, 9th and 10th, 11th and 12th, and then the group that falls below them into 4 age groups, and then to have a larger group meet after those separate age groups. I think that would help us with our engagement. One of the challenges that we face is that we don't exactly know what this is going to look like yet. So when people ask questions about what are we going to be doing, or how long is this going to take, or what day is it going to be on, a lot of those answers are we don't know. I also forgot Sarah was with us in the morning as well. So sorry, I forgot you. I saw you over there.
She was waving her hands like this. What about me? Member Noonan Camp.
Well, I was just going to add that they were interested in charter amendments, but definitely the reserve policy, the ratchet and slide, very, very important. I would just concur with what the Mayor Pro Tem said and ask my fellow council members to help spread the word. We have about 2 weeks before the application deadline comes, and we have great resources from our staff. We have flyers that we can pass out that have been really helpful. I think this is a great opportunity. So hopefully you can tell some neighbor kids or some friends and family in the community to apply.
Thank you, Member Noonan Camp. Member Russell.
Thank you. I have another question. So somebody asked me a question, and maybe this is a council request. There is apparently on the city website a page for housing task force, affordable housing task force. There's nothing on the page, and I mean, have we, as a council, talked about that? Actually, I think there's application. Is there a notification in there to apply for that?
Thank you for the question, Member Russell. That was going to be in my city manager's report. So I'll go ahead and address that now. Yes, we did receive that question online. It was forwarded, and I believe we responded late today that that information is forthcoming. But as the requester of the original requester of that task force, I reached out to Member Noonan Camp today to share my thoughts on what the purpose and membership of that could look like. And so with your permission, I will just email that, those thoughts that staff had about that. And once we have that kind of lined out, we would like to, if it's okay with you, make that part of our recruitment process for the upcoming boards and commissions. Although, this is not an ongoing board and commission. This is more of an ad hoc task force, but I can go over those now, but due to the lateness of the hour, I'm glad to email and get your feedback on some of the thoughts that we had about who could be on that and the process for selecting them.
Thank you for that. I mean, somebody had just called and asked me about that, so.
Right, and it did just come up last week, so we tried to operationalize your direction in the last week, and we've got something ready to send you.
Yep, perfect. Anything else, Member Russell? All right, City Manager's report.
Okay, the only other thing that I had for my report besides that Bear with me. Just that, thank you to Mayor Pro Tem Ward and Member Newnenkamp for meeting with the Inglewood Middle School Student Council leadership class today. And also thanks to our Sustainability Coordinator, Mel England, for the city's first Earth Day event. And I know that I believe Member Newnenkamp was able to attend that. We had some not great weather when we woke up on Saturday morning, but that event proceeded, and we had a lot of folks that came out for that event. So just thanks to Mel and all the folks who participated in that. And also just to announce that the SPR River Cleanup was postponed and will be held next Saturday, April 29th. So we invite the public and members of council to participate in that as you're able. Thank you.
That's the other event on Saturday. So appreciate that. And with that, this meeting is now adjourned. Everyone have a great evening.